I'm check it. Welcome to Street Flames. Today we going over day 3. Now we gonna listen to Smoke News TV because he broke down some interesting after I did the live. Now check it. He's gonna talk about Govan. We're gonna get into this day 3. I just got a feeling day 3 gonna bring a lot of explosions. I just feel as though that's what I feel like. But you know, enjoy the ride. Let me know what y'all think. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe.
If you bring Big Jook name, that he was the mastermind. And remember in the summertime that we all heard the narrative that they planned this in Miami, and remember that cookie girl that was there. Remember she was down there also that month. Oh yeah, Mr. Govan lawyer over here pulled out text messages from that month of July 27th of Justin Johnson, Mr. Straight Drop, texting on live time when it was allegedly in Miami. Remember that narrative that they got that was in Miami? It was in July around there. And remember the narrative that we got where also Miss Cookie Lady said, yeah, I was down there also, but I was down there for another reason. Remember she said that? Remember that she said that? Everybody in Memphis remember that. Well, when Rashad Hill name came up at the end of the trial right before the shit got dismissed. I'm mistaken, Rashad Hill. Memphis, tap in. You cookie shop people? Oh, we gotta talk about this. Oh yeah, in the phone records. Oh yeah, nasty work. Remember Big Jook with his little smoke shop was connected with the cookie girl's sister and all that. Remember all them videos? Remember that video I played out and all that? Remember he's connected with the cookie girl's sister, but for some strange reason she never met Big Jook. Oh yeah, we're gonna go through all this. But what Manny did, go Mr. Straight Drop, and Mr. Straight Drop was saying that Shad know where the homie at, meaning Dolph. Nasty work. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Rest in peace to Dolph. Light one up for Dolph. Let's get this junk started. Yo. If they know, they know. It's your boy Smoke News TV. We back in the building. Smash that thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, ain't gonna hurt your feelings, ain't gonna cost you. Subscribe to the channel if you have it. I don't know what the hell waiting on. Make sure you share this video. Make sure that bell on that notification bell so you know my videos are dropping. Shout out to Team Smoke Gang. Try to get your membership also. Let's get this copyright out the way. Copyright fair use disclaimer. You can find that in my description on my channel. Now I'm gonna show y'all this. Remember, this one Dolph passed away November 17th of 2021. According to Cornelius Smith, from the first day of the trial that we got, remember in the summertime of June and July, Cornelius Smith came around later on after around by what, August, September. I want to say September around there, August around there. That's when he came around there, if I'm not mistaken. But he wasn't with them niggas down in Miami is what I'm trying to say here. Because everybody that been following this young Dolph case know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. They know the story that we heard, that these niggas was in my black youngster birthday or some shit that was going on down there.
So listen, there was a lot going on down there in Miami. There's a lot going on down Miami. They made a movie down there in Miami. But listen, man, y'all gotta let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. Get up in here. The trial starting about 45 minutes, whatever. We getting up in there, but we going over the recap. Shout out to Smoke News. I salute you, player.
That was allegedly, according to Sean Dale or somebody, one of these niggas, they said that's when they planned the knockoff and unalive Dolph. That's some of that year. Dolph got knocked off in November. They planned that shit several months before that in that summertime of 2021. So what I'm about to show y'all, which Govan lawyer did a hell of a job, which people think that Govan lawyer is not cooking. Oh, nah, he's absolutely cooking. When he questioned this dude that did the records, a Memphis police guy, I guess, detective, whatever, number one, they never questioned Big Jook. We all thought that the feds act. We don't know who to believe, but according to one of the lead detectives, they never questioned Big Jook, and Big Jook name was all written all over this shit, from the phone records and everything.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, Base 44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their mood, reflect on past entries, and see how far they've come.
Now,
Look, it gets real spicy. The trees guy on the trees.
I want y'all, the reason why I'm showing y'all this, because I want y'all to see the date on the top. You see the date on the top?
It's Dolph's birthday, but they tried to get him.
Up there, 7/27/2021. That's summertime right there is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. Summertime, months before Dolph got knocked off. Now, this according to the phone records, in court that we seen and everything. He's questioning the detective. Now, if y'all got phone records of Big Jook and all that, why y'all didn't continue questioning him and continue investigating him involved in this goddamn case? You know what the one of the detectives said? He said, "Well, I ain't had nothing to do with that. My boss had something to do with that." So the video that we're gonna get to in a few, the head boss, whatever, the black guy, the lead detective, whatever in this case, he said, "Yeah, no, we ain't never questioned Big Jook about this because we ain't never get to that point." They questioned everybody else and indicted everybody else less than a year, and then going on to a year when they grabbed Govan. This nigga Big Jook get knocked off, and he was on these streets for 2.5 years, almost 2 years, and he said we ain't had enough evidence to question Big Jook. What? I feel like there was something fishy. People got paid, and that's exactly what's going on here, allegedly. Then I tell y'all what stays in the door is going to come in a goddamn light. Shout out to Govan Lloyd for breaking up with Rashad Hill, being involved in all the texts and the text message between him and Straight Drop involving young Dolph murder. Oh, you got to get questioned, nigga. Man, let's get this shit started. Let's get this shit started. Now, the first video we're going to go through is Cornelia Smith's girlfriend. The reason why I'm going to play a clip of her, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share this video, and like one up for my boy Dolph, man. Y'all already know the vibe. The reason why I'm going to play a clip of her is because she says something very important. When they asked her the first time they interviewed, like I said, Govan, lawyer, was cooking. He's trying to get a mistrial and trying to bring all them people involved in young Dolph murder.
That's what I feel like, too. I feel like his lawyer trying to bring CMG down. I don't know what y'all think, but I know how I feel about this situation. I really feel like he tried to bring CMG down. I might be wrong. I could be wrong, but hey, y'all let me know what y'all think.
That was involved in this shit. He's trying to get them people indicted that thought they got away with this shit. If y'all want Mr. Manny from Atlanta, Georgia, was doing. That nigga was cooking. But anyway, she said something very important that she forgot, that all of a sudden she forgot that she said. She said, oh yeah, the higher ups did it. And she said Big Jook. And Mr. Manny Govan lawyer had to remind her. Let me refresh y'all mind and show y'all what was going on today. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel.
Literally here again.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you.
In the beginning of that loud audio, she said the higher ups, That's what she said, higher ups. But then the lawyer gonna remind her at the end of the video. So let's go back to it. I just want y'all to hear the audio where she said the higher ups. That's Cornelia Smith's girlfriend that Cornelia Smith told her.
Literally here again.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you. But you didn't have who got you? I don't know who wants that. No, I don't know who you don't. It's all over. No, but you know what? You had access to the man that actually killed those. And he told you. What did he tell you that shit come from?
Stop. Who told you that stuff? So this is all before the Q stuff that I played for you earlier. When they first asked you what's happening, you said it's coming from a higher power. And you paused and you thought about it. They didn't say, does it start with a J? Where does he live? What did he do? First words out of your mouth was, Jook did this, right?
Yeah.
All right, keep playing it.
Now, that's one key point. What I'm trying to explain to y'all. They've been trying to curve Govan lawyer for bringing Big Jook with CMG involved in this case. Because I see some bloggers, oh, yeah, yo, Gotti good. He's not good. Not what the hell Manny over here doing, Mr. Govan lawyer. He's trying to get a mistrial, hung jury, something, nigga, and bring Rico to CMG and bring more people indicted because there was more players involved with young Dolph getting knocked off and doing that Thanksgiving giveaway. And Rashad Hill name comes up at the end. What a coincidence. But we're going to continue with the clips, though, because Mr. Govan and MPD, Memphis Police Department, allegedly hiding some shit that was going on. They shoved a lot of shit off their shoulders, dust a lot of shit just to protect Mr.
That's one thing. That's one thing they did do though. They try to make sure they cover what's going on with Yo Gotti and them. Like they really out of pocket. Like y'all gotta notice every time that they bring up Yo Gotti and them, Big Jook and them, or anybody else, they sit there and go to break. Y'all gotta peep. Y'all gotta peep. With regards to my understanding of something, if you could just sort of dumb it down for me.
This the cell phone part. Once you got somebody's cell phone tap, I'm gonna ask y'all one question before I continue. I know you're like, oh, stop, man. Come on, I gotta stop and react to this right question. I can understand. He's gonna ask him, you a detective. Don't y'all do the phones and all that. So if you see the case, that's young Dolph, like a take off class murder cases and hip hop. You supposed to continue investigating on the case. Is what he's gonna ask. A lot of shit got shoved under the table and dust off on this case, y'all. Then I tell you what was in the dark going to come to the light. That lawyer was cooking. Let's continue.
With regards to my understanding of cell phones, if you could just sort of dumb it down for me. CDRs, call data records,
Call detail records.
called detail record.
Yes, sir.
And so that tells you what phone calls were made, when they were made, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
And it also gives you like GPS coordinates of approximately which tower would have been used to make that call.
The GPS that are in the records relate to the tower location.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
Okay, so you would agree that the tower locations aren't 100% accurate. It's just there could be a tower 10 feet from me, but if it's full, it's going to kick me down half a mile or whatever it might be.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with the call detail record, you can see who called whom,
Yes, sir.
incoming, outgoing. and there is information as to which tower it would have been used. It doesn't put you there necessarily, but relatively close, right?
Just the device connected to that tower. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked to sort of do the location from the CDRs for just two different phones as part of your investigation, right?
That's correct, sir.
And that was the 1625 for Justin Johnson,
Yes, sir.
and then the 6236 for Mr. Cornelius Smith.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you were asked to do that in 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nobody's ever asked you from the DA's office or anyplace else to sort of map out anybody else's phone as to where they might have been at any given time.
No, sir.
Okay. With regards to the tower,
You're not ready for it.
See, for a lot of people don't know what's going on. He's telling them. Now, remind y'all that phone record I showed y'all when niggas was texting in the summertime. That was on Dolph's birthday. I forgot to remind y'all too. The phone record that I showed y'all at the beginning with when they showing that these niggas was texting in July to the summertime, a couple months planning this shit, meaning straight drop and Govan and Mr. Big Jook. Where he's trying to say that Straight Drop was the main player of this shit. Why do you think Straight Drop didn't talk? Because Straight Drop was the one that was talking to Govan and Big Jook. He was contacting Big Jook. Him and Big Jook was in Kumbaya all the way since July of that year before they knocked off Big Jook, before they knocked off Young Dolph, meaning Straight Drop and Big Jook. And the day they was in Kumbaya on was on Dolph's birthday of July 27th, 2021. It says right there on the top on the right-hand side. That's Dolph's birthday. These niggas playing shit. It's crazy. So going back to the phone records, he's basically telling the guy, you only tracked the phone records from two suspects, the two shooters, obviously, which that's what they're supposed to do. Because obviously those are the two shooters that they assume. I mean that they
The whole thing about it is, was he really questioned? Why wasn't he questioned? Shout out to Smoke News. My whole thing is, I'm standing on that too. Why wasn't CMG officers questioned? Do anybody have the answer? Ghost in there talking about the cookie shop ain't got nothing to do with nothing and all that. Listen, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is. We clearly see what's going on. We clearly see what's going on. Everybody trying to cover it up. Everybody trying to do this. Everybody trying to do that. No, it ain't gonna go down like that, man. They exposing everything we need to know. They exposing everything we should know. So listen, tune in. Listen.
and then unalive Young Dolph. But it was more suspects involved. They ain't just shooters. You got to see who hired the shooters, where they come from, who's the other players, who's involved, who's all these people all on these text messages. So what the prosecution was trying to do throughout this whole goddamn day today, day 2 of the trial, was trying to saying that they don't got nothing to do with Govan. It got a lot to do with Govan because they planned this to get this person out. And y'all already got one suspect out of here on the trial, and that straight drop because he didn't want to snitch, obviously, because he know a lot more than what the hell Cornelius know, because Cornelius Smith came later on. It's what this man Govan lawyer is trying to explain to people. He's trying to explain a bigger picture than the small goddamn picture that we got from Cornelius Smith. We only hearing his side of the story from that quick little Kodak moment he was around him. But it was more before that. They planned this shit before Cornelius Smith even came picture. That's why he's showing July text messages and Dolph died all the way in November. Cornelius Smith ain't come around to about what, August, September around then. Come on, man. He's painting a bigger picture. What Govan lawyer's trying to do is a mistrial, because he's trying to tell Memphis Police Department they screwed up and there's some shit going on down there that y'all hiding. Because Big Jup should have been way more investigated, because he's basically trying to say that's the guy that did the murder for hire. Even though these niggas ain't getting no money, but you still could prove it on the text messages and everything because there was money talked on there. Main dude got to get on that stand and save his ass, though, is Govan. We're going to talk about that soon, but let's continue, though, man. Why this dude only tracked phone records off the two suspects? That's the two shooters. Why he didn't look at Big Juke phone records? Why he didn't look at other people's phone records? Why he didn't look at Rashad Hill like they brought up at the end of this damn trial? Phone records. Why he didn't look at big phone records? Why he didn't look at other people's phone records? Why he didn't look at Rashad Hill like they brought up at the end of this damn trial?
Rashad Hill, yo.
Let's
Rashad Hill.
continue. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. It's nasty work.
No comment.
Now, this the lead detective that was handling this. They never questioned Big Joe. Peep this out. I'm telling you, Govan lawyer was cooking. He's trying to paint a bigger picture.
No commentary. If you have more questions for the witness, that's
I was asking a question about weight. And so you all use these types of cameras to help solve crimes. That's sort of the whole point, right?
To gather evidence, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Remember that name, y'all. Rashad Hill. I'm leading y'all into the trial name. Remember the name, Rashad Hill.
I guess the biggest question that I've had that I've been asking people
Rashad Hill, y'all.
this trial is, if you believe Mr. Cornelius and you believe what he told his girlfriend.
Your Honor, Jim think he is inserted with previous witnesses that testified to approach.
Rashad Hill, yeah. Remember that name. Shout out to Smoke News for putting this together. He put all this together the way it was supposed to be together, because y'all gotta listen to the names that's being dropped. A lot of people is also involved in this, but they step back. Just like Bobby Carter, CEO Bobby sit there and told where the car was at after he didn't go on the drill. These are things I gotta pay attention to. And I'm here to break it all down to y'all.
Look how long of a break these people had to take, too. That's the crazy part about that. We're going to continue with the second half. He was about to ask the detective. I'm about to play the second part right now.
Didn't I tell y'all they kept going on breaks. They kept going on breaks, y'all. What the hell was that about? What was that about? Going on breaks.
For y'all. He was about to add, see what I'm trying to explain here before we play the second part. The judge, the prosecutor always stopped them when they're trying to bring up Big Joe. But then after a while, when Mr. Govan lawyers started connecting Big Joe more involved, and then months before that, they planned this shit in July and all this, the judge started letting them slide a little bit. But see, they being very careful for not bringing CMG involved. But see, if you got all this evidence on Big Joe, you ain't going to have no choice but to bring CMG involved because the revenue was coming from CMG. It's coming from Big Joe. He's co-founder of that. He's the goddamn co-founder with his goddamn Mr. Potato Head over there on Yo Gotti. So everything leads to CMG. So you cannot not go vain lawyer for trying to paint a bigger picture for saying this shit is bigger than a program. Then y'all got Mr. Govan and this is just the two shooters over here. Nah, they don't work like that. So right now, I'm about to play the second clip. But the judge, they've been doing this throughout the last 2 days, every time they bring Big Jook or CMG involved. They just want to make it a Govan on case. Govan lawyer say, hell no. I know I got a lot to prove over here, but if he go down, I'm gonna show y'all who else involved in this shit. Govan is telling his lawyer little by little who's involved in this in the back end. Y'all ain't peeping this. People, man, wake up. That's what's going on here. His lawyer is setting him up so when Govan do take that stand, he's ready to say what he got to say because he's already painting the picture that there's more players involved in this young Dolph situation. Let's continue with the second clip, though. Remember, they went to the judge. They had to go take a little huddle and shit. Remember that part. Let's continue right quick. Smash, don't subscribe to the channel. Share this video, man.
You don't have to believe, let me ask it this way. If Cornelia Smith and Angela Arnold repeatedly told you all that Jook was the one that was calling the shots, I think even in your report, you guys said Jook's the mastermind.
Let me.
On December 2012, my 7-year-old son Neil was shot to death in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook.
Y'all want part of that cook?
He said that the lead detective.
We're gonna get this out there, Raven. Y'all talking about y'all want part of the cookie shop? Why Marcus run back in there with the motherfucking guns? Why Marcus run back in there with the motherfucking guns? And why Rashard motherfucking Hill was part of this motherfucking case? Now let's get to that. Why is Rashard Hill part of this motherfucking case? And why did Marcus run back in there with them guns? So if he ran back in there with them guns and he shot Cornelius, obviously they question y'all about them guns. They question y'all about them guns, Raven and Marcus. What up, Maurice? When you came, he was tucking guns. So all y'all tucked them guns. Rashad Hill, step to the motherfucking principal office. Step the fuck up. The trial getting ready to start. So if your name keep popping up, then there's something going on. There's something going on.
So why did this girl come out my there were 3 other things. All of them would have walked to the front line.
We getting into the trial, yo. Welcome to the channel. Y'all get up and make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, man. We on here. We on here. We on here today. We in here today. Wait on motherfucking trial. Get ready for this trial. It's supposed to start any minute. Trial's supposed to start any minute. Get up in here, y'all. So get up in here. We on both channels on live. We in here. Queen Screw _2. Love Miss 100K. What's up? Get up there. We basically trying to go ahead and break the internet today. That's what we trying to get into. Today, listen to this motherfucker trial. We're trying to break the internet today. That's a fact. Like I said, everything is allegedly, but all this stuff got brought up in the motherfucking court date, so it ain't no motherfucking allegedly no more. This shit is what it is.
Judicial the state of Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business.
See there.
Dean?
Yes.
Can you cut the feed for a minute?
What's that?
Can you cut the feed for a minute?
Yeah.
I just got some regular work.
So they were supposed to give Dog some boxes. They got
Zoom in to show y'all he was staring at the boxes. That's why Marcus Guns would never because the cookie shop was full with dogs.
yeah.
They were doing transmission story because the cousin called in because he wasn't feeling well. What about that cousin's phone? Where's he? They never took none of these people's
They ain't
phones.
took none of these people phones.
That he's showing us in the courtroom. That's why he got to come back and do a mistrial. He never took none of these people's phones. He said it. He never took none of these people's phones. They never took their phones, gang. About just try and Cornelius and Hernandez. Store type shit. We're not working at the hat store. This ain't the hat store channel. We're not working for Lids. This ain't the Lids channel. You're not gonna we ain't time to be here. That shit today and sit there and watch it and I'll put y'all through it. I'm not doing it. I'm watching the track on my own, get your information, get it now. I will be tracking them today. I will get you who your Rashad is today. Some more info in today. It's not my job to sit and watch what goes on. I will have to now go back and down because they're trying to get a mistrial. They're trying to, they never checked her phone. his phone. He took none of these people's phones.
Raven said they never took none of their phones. She did say that.
They never took their phones. So what was the phone conversation? What's her phone law? Who was her phone law? What about the phone law? Who got Maurice's phone law? They never took Maurice's phone. But we know one thing, Maurice up in there and took this motherfucking phone right there. He took that phone out the store. And then she said the police allowed her to get the phone. What they do out there?
All right, that cookie shop did a lot of cleaning up.
Somebody in the store. People that make business use the business as a cover up to get the package.
Yep, a lot of people.
And somebody was unloyal in the trial, which could have been the company. The market reached, don't come back to come. They told us another lie, right? They told us another lie. To just touchdown game. And dog, look, Marcus is not getting any cookies, right? So what does Marcus need to come inside the cookie shop? He might as well sat in the car and watch the scene with the chopper.
Yeah, that's a
He
fact.
might as well sat in the car and watch the scene with the chopper.
That's a fact.
Sit right here. Because dog was gonna say what? Let me bring here grab a cookie for my mama, bro. Just sit right here. Watch the outside. I'm watching who could be pulling up. I'm watching everything, right?
That's a fact.
But he needed help going there and carrying something out. He needed help carrying something out. That's why dog did not get out of the car. Did y'all see how long it took dog to get out of the car? Because at that moment when dog pulled up, he was like, "Damn, what is this nigga in the car? I'm gonna put my hands in the car." Y'all, streets, dog. He's sitting there like, "Okay, let me. Man, this nigga ain't even here. Hold on, bro.
Yeah.
And he sat for a minute. He got out. He got out, right? Yeah. Snoop. Who was on there trying to skate up? Snoop. Not over there. So tell me something, gang. I'm telling you guys facts. Y'all gotta check me out tonight. Because I've got to go back and break down everything far as how that attorney was low-key cooking at me. He know what he was doing. And he finessed it right. He got up under their skin and made them angry on purpose. You see how he brought up how they got them and did Chuck way later ago? He brought up Chuck later. He started putting the clap on Chuck. Why y'all didn't keep pulling Chuck in? Why they didn't keep pulling Chuck in? Why they didn't investigate Chuck? Because of money? Because they already got fans in the club. That's why Dog was saying. That's why Dog was saying, "Oh, well, Doc, you've been trying to put the police on me ever since I got in." CJ. Exactly. Exactly. They all played a part in taking him out. It was inside. It was inside. It was a big movement, a big shipping coming in. We don't know what y'all was doing after they got rid of the cookies. I mean, after they could have loaded that motherfucker back up with some work after they got done with the turkeys as a cover up.
Yep.
They think about it, gang. They do the turkey drive, the turkeys, and they reload it up with a whole bunch of goddamn infused cookies. Infused cookies.
Anything is allegedly, but that cookie shop know what part they played.
Now we double tap the screen if y'all here. Double tap the screen. This is very important. And I will go back up here because I was able to access that and give you actions of his footprints. He trusted these people, bro. And someone inside finessed him. That's how they had to drop. That's how they
Somebody inside the cookie store set the drop up, cause ain't no way they pull up that motherfucking fast. Govan had it locked up allegedly in the cookie shop.
never seen the weapons because he was able to give it to the rest of the people that was inside here because they trusted these people, bro. Don't trusted these people. And they acted like they trusted you. Why? Why he's lying? Saying that this girl is the we opted on. He say, hey, bro, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. You're extremely right. And you got to have a deep, deep mind to really, really understand this. And I'm not going to lie, bro. You hitting me right on the note.
The cookie shop know what went on. See shit that people, I'm able to slow shit down that people don't know how to do. Put the arrow there for you. There was boxes in that cookie shop. That was.
Yes, he was back to it. They trusted these people. You see, here's the key point. Let me go up here. Okay, when he runs back in, so I'm gonna bring that to you in real time. I'm gonna bring that to you in real time. We know it. I won't be watching it. I'm just doing this. I'm gonna be watching it, but I'm doing commentary on here. I'm gonna be watching it on my own time because I have to edit. I'm driving. I'm editing. I'm taking pieces so y'all can see that there will be going for a mistrial so they can bring in the RICO. The cookie shop, y'all might as well go and get ready. That's why they bought up Rockhill. All these conversations, they gotta bring it all back. They gotta know where the boxes was, where the boxes came from. They gotta go back. They gotta investigate everybody. See, they try that witchcraft because they know people down at the police. Why?
Make sure I have this right. State moves to use the CDRs for, what's TZ's government name? Joshua Taylor.
That's what tell her.
His name, PRE.
I don't know. I didn't.
or, I was asking if him having a violation of RE or no, nobody really knows. Okay, that's
Yeah, I agree.
so. Let's take them in reverse, just because that's kind of how I looked at them. Ms. Taylor, what's the argument again for Harry Lockhart, also known?
Yeah, he was referenced in having communication with one of the co-conspirators, in
Which one?
Justin.
It was brought up in text messages or?
No, no,
in
his
text-
name was brought up around
entrance wounds were there on Mr. Thornton?
Definitive gunshot entrance wounds, 20.
And were there any exit wounds?
Definitive exits, 4.
And moving on to the 8th photo. What do we see in this photo?
So these are bullet fragments of the right jaw. These are all the larger fragments that were able to be recovered from those wounds that you saw in the right neck and jaw.
And that was from the first photo that we viewed? Okay. The 9th photo?
These are fragments recovered from the torso.
Okay. And the 10th?
This is a remote bullet from the left thigh.
All right, and the 11th photo?
This is a remote bullet from the right lobe of the liver.
Okay. And the 12th photo?
This is a bullet core fragment recovered from the right chest. This is a bullet from the lower mid back.
And the 14th photo, what do you see here?
This is the underside of a bullet base that was remote, that was recovered from the right buttock.
Can you describe the jury, what is a remote bullet?
So remote is people use different words you can say remote or old, but I choose to use remote. Remote means it's a bullet that is related to a previous injury or previous shooting, not the shooting that
previous shoot was from Yo Gotti.
In this case, it's happened before.
Okay. And how many, or do you recall how many remote bullets you might have
Should have
found?
had 3.
Okay.
Yep.
So, Dr. Scantlebury, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you render an opinion as to Mr. Thornton's cause of death?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
Gunshot wounds of the head, neck, and torso.
Dang.
And did you render an opinion as to the manner of death?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
Homicide.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Scantlebury.
Thank you.
Previous shoot was from Yo Gotti. Allegedly.
500 total spins on Huff and More Puff. Plus, get a first day replay up to 1,000 credits.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Scantlebury.
Thank you.
Is something that you want to read into? This is just a sticker. No,
Your Honor, I'll stipulate the phone record. No problem.
Did we already put it in the evidence?
No,
We
no.
talked about it. We have put it in the evidence. So ladies and gentlemen, when you go back to deliberate, you will have everything that's been entered as an exhibit. There are at least 2 documents, exhibits that you haven't necessarily heard specific proof about. They are called what you might have heard as CDRs, called detail records. The law will allow certain records to be entered into evidence without testimony about them.
Yeah.
And so that's what Ms. Taylor is getting ready to enter into evidence now.
Entering that evidence already.
State and
That's a bad job because that previous shoot was from
so you'll have
CMG.
a few things that you can
And that's not allegedly.
review, but you haven't necessarily heard testimony about.
Attached, self-authenticating document and flash.
authenticating document for phone number 33878 from T-Mobile, attested to by also a blue zip drive. So records for one Joshua Taylor. Let's enter this as collected exhibit 32. So I'm gonna rest or in front of that is the state. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, have your own care. We'll call you back in just a few minutes.
That he was ordered to do it. I don't know if that rises to the level of a conspiracy or agreement amongst the parties. It was very inconsistent as far as I was. Secondly, there's been no mention of how Justin Johnson is part of the conspiracy at all whatsoever. I understand it only takes two to tango, but I just don't see where the proof adds up to the conspiracy, and certainly not to the first degree murder charge in count two based on the evidence that you've got.
Your Honor, the court is to view the evidence most favorable to the state. We've heard testimony from Mr. Thornton that it's alive, it's not alive. We heard testimony it's there, we tested the cause and which is homicide. We also heard from a few other witnesses, like Hernandez Smith, Arnold, stating that Hernandez Govan is the one that told Smith about this hit.
November, 2 days prior to the murder. It was for 0 seconds, and then there was that code 11 that Garner talked about, my voicemail, that was 40 seconds. We know for a fact that he didn't talk to Justin Johnson based on the phone records for at least 2 weeks prior to the shooting.
That's still,
he has to make a lot of supposition here.
you still connected.
Cornel Smith also said there was no plan. Got a call that morning. They got there and they were just riding around doing whatever. Now the fact that somebody 3 to 4 months prior to that fact said to you there may be a price on somebody's head. And was it Justin Johnson? I'm sorry, was it Govan or was it Joe? You've heard both things from the same witnesses have said it both ways in uncontroverted evidence. And so I'm not
So
sure.
they're not the
Okay,
mastermind,
let's say,
he's
hey,
the
there's kill
facilitator.
these people. Some point that they killed them, now I'm on the hook for it. I just don't see how that makes a conspiracy. Generally, there's been meeting in minds as to how, who, what.
No, that's a conspiracy.
Nothing happened. It was just a generic, if you believe police. 4 months prior to the shooting, there's a generic statement that, hey, there's, these guys, we can get paid.
Anything else? Like most favorable to the state, the court has heard from different witnesses. There has been some conflicting testimony. However, the court thinks that the state has made a prima facie case for both conspiracy to commit first degree murder and first degree murder
Yeah, first degree.
in the injury question. So I'm going to deny your motion.
He was talking to him.
Ready to present proof?
Can I just have a couple minutes to see who's here? I told him 10:30. He said, no,
Let's stay in a brief recess.
Or stands in a brief recess.
Come on. How they
First
do
7
that?
pages are multiple pictures of Mr. Thornton's.
Start with the first photo.
Photo, you see the right side of Mr. Thornton's body? Yes.
What would I find it?
So the injuries of the right jaw and the right neck cause injury to the
Body? Shown in this picture.
smaller, and it shows a gunshot wound and some gunshot related injuries of the left forearm.
Moving on to the fifth photo. What do we see in this photo?
So this is the backward view of Mr. Thornton. His head is to the right and his feet are to
Like giving that man a
This is a
check.
remote bullet from the left thigh.
All right, the 11th photo.
This is a remote bullet from the right lobe of the liver.
Okay. And the 12th photo.
This is a bullet core fragment recovered from the right chest.
And the 13th photo.
This is a bullet from the lower mid back.
And the 14th photo. What do we see here?
This is the underside of a bullet base that was recovered from the right buttock.
Can you describe to the jury what is a remote bullet?
So remote is people use different words. You can say remote or old, but I choose to use remote. Remote means it's a bullet that is related to a previous injury or previous shooting, not the shooting that led to their death in this case. It's happened before.
Okay. And how many, or do you recall how many remote bullets you might have found?
There were 3.
So, Dr. Scantlebury, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you render an opinion as to Mr. Thornton's cause of death?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
Gunshot wounds of the head, neck, and torso.
And did you render an opinion as to the manner of death?
I did.
And what was that opinion?
Homicide.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
That is the state's proof, with the exception of the,
Go ahead and read that.
is it something that you wanted us to read into the evidence? This was just a stipulation.
Oh, that wasn't a stipulation.
No, it was.
I'll stipulate to
It
the
was
phone records,
exception.
no problem.
Did we already put it in evidence?
No,
We
no.
talked about it. We have put it in evidence. So ladies and gentlemen, when you go back to deliberate, you will have everything that's been entered as an exhibit. There are at least 2 documents or 2 exhibits that you haven't necessarily heard specific proof about. They are called what you might have heard is CDRs, called detail records. The law will allow certain records to be entered into evidence without testimony about them. And so that's what Ms. Taylor is getting ready to enter into evidence now. It's been refined by the state, and there was one that was entered yesterday also. So you'll have a few things that you can review, but you haven't necessarily heard testimony about.
Attached with the self-authenticating document and the flash.
Now this is self-authenticating document for phone number 901-283-3878. From T-Mobile, attested to by a Joe Rico. Also I have here is a zip drive, a blue zip drive that has Joshua Taylor's name on the outside of the envelope, and it has CDR. So these are the call detail records for one Joshua Taylor. Let's enter this as
Why they don't want to let us hear it? This is Govan trial.
32.
But how they gonna use that as evidence of proof and he's dead and they never fucking investigated him?
So Ms. Taylor, do you officially arrest or
In front of that is the state's.
thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a brief break. We're coming back in just a few minutes. You haven't heard all the proof. Continue.
For extremity.
Joe Rico. By from T-Mobile, attested to by a Joe Rico. Also I have here is a zip drive, a blue zip drive that has Joshua Taylor's name on the outside of the envelope, and it has CDR. So these are the call detail records for one Joshua Taylor. Let's enter this as collective exhibit 32.
This one.
So Ms. Taylor, do you officially want to rest or?
In front of that is the state's.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a brief break. We're coming back in just a few minutes. You haven't heard all the proof. Continue to do what I know you've been doing, which is not talking about this case. Give us a few minutes. We got a few legal things to take care of, and we'll call you back in just a few minutes.
And moving. Did you have any,
Recovered from
and what was that opinion?
homicide.
Your Honor, I will pass the record.
Out them. And so that's what Ms. Taylor is getting ready to enter into evidence now. It's been refined by the state, and there was one that was entered yesterday also. So you'll have a few things that you can review, but you haven't necessarily heard testimony about.
Attached with the self-authenticating document and
this is self-authenticating document for phone number 901-283-3878 from T-Mobile, attested to by a Joe Rico. Also, I have here is a
It's too much. It's too much. It's too much little petty shit going on. Too much little petty shit going on. Like they not trying to let. They not trying to let Manny Aurora get his way at all. They're not trying to let Manny Aurora get his way at all, and I peep that. Like that's crazy. I really don't understand that. And it's like he working against the whole state of Tennessee. And I know, man, they see it like if he rub him the wrong way in that courtroom, he gonna have a problem leaving that courtroom. Because you remember like how it was on Young Thug trial. Young Thug trial, you see the judge threaten the lawyer to do some time and stuff. Like it's like that's what I kind of see them trying to fish their way into doing the Manny Aurora. Because some of that information I feel as though shouldn't be admissible. Like even like far as in TZ was never questioned, and he's deceased. So how is his call detail records should be still part of related to the case and got something to do with it, but he's gone. He's a deceased person. So it's like, as y'all see, y'all ain't nothing on a deceased person. Cause you see TZ name all in the mix. People name all in the mix, and they not trying to release those documents. They got them documents sealed. They got them joints sealed, and that's a fact. They Pete. Oh yeah. And here they let Manny Aurora go first. I find that real funny. And I feel as though they try to let Manny Aurora release his hand, show his hand. I think they trying to let Manny Aurora, because if y'all notice during the last few days, even today, they even sit there like rebuttaling back off of what he's saying or trying to beat him to the punch. I've been noticing that. I think that one right there heard it Govan today. I think them letting TZ call detail records be part of the case. I think that hurting it because the connection probably is TZ. The connection probably is TZ to Govan, TZ to Street Drop, because they already made the connection that TZ wrote Joke and said, yo, I got my man Drop And then you got Cornelius Smith saying, yeah, he introduced me to Juke. So you see a lot of introducing going on. Teasy was recruiting, Govan was recruiting. It was a bunch of recruiting going on. And they somehow, some way, damn, they broke the money down. But I don't think the money hit a lot of people's hands. I don't think a lot of people palms was greased. Cause Govan, allegedly Govan called detail record. Their phone was tapped. Had to. He had to. There's no way, shape, or form Juke and I was still gonna be alive and they name being brought up in a joint like this, a case like this all day. All day, every day, their name is being brought up. TZ Govan, Juke, Gotti, CMJ. That's all you really hearing. And everybody already knew the last so-called final say so is Yo Gotti. We all know Gotti is the last sign. This is the last signature. He's the last signature. We already see that man was the last signature. Gotti is the last signature to a lot of these folks, y'all. So even if it was allegedly for a record deal, who was he gonna get signed with? CMG or Endless? Because to me, it looked like they was trying to get him on Endless. To me, I feel like Juke was part of Endless. I think Endless was his little connection. I'm telling you, because Endless just came out of nowhere, man. Endless came out of nowhere. Like it's too much going on. I just want to see what juicy part that Manny wrote now. Because now they done got all the facts up out there, what they about to talk about. So now all the call detail records and everything that's supposed to be part of this, it's gonna hurt. Them allowing TG phone records and Hernandez Govan. I promise you that shit hurted him. I promise you it hurted him, yo. I promise you that shit hurt him because when you looked over and they showed that boy face. When they showed that boy face, we clearly seen that he knew that shit hurt him because he knew what they talked about on that phone. Go ahead and know what they talked about on that phone, y'all. This shit should be coming back on, y'all. Should be. Man, the Aurora, where we at? I'm not even rooting for Govan, but my whole thing is there's gotta be some type of mistrial or something. Because a lot of these individuals gotta be questioned. And that's just my word. That's just how I feel. That's just lot of this MJ. They need to be chastised, y'all. Like, come on, y'all just sitting there, y'all keep acting like y'all busy. Y'all not busy. Y'all sitting there rattling things because Manny Aurora came prepared. This was a lawyer that y'all wasn't prepared for. Manny Aurora is an outside lawyer. I'm telling you. He wasn't prepared for Manny. Manny not having his way, but it will be some more emotions and shit brought in. Govan will get some of this shit. It seemed like it's going towards unconstitutional. That's what some of this shit feel like. What's up with him?
All right. Yeah, let's go back on the record.
Court's back in session.
Bring the jury back in.
Ready on it? Yeah. All right, you ready now?
Lieutenant Coburn this day.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing down.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All of Lyon is alive with the happy news that Ellen Mackenzie is to be betrothed.
Have you been qualified as an expert in crime scene analysis in the past by the state?
I have,
And you testified as an expert?
yes,
Have you testified in Shelby County as an expert?
yes,
And crime scene analysis, meaning you look for blood, evidence in cars, houses, stuff like that?
yes,
And that's what you've been qualified on behalf by the state in many cases in the past?
yes.
Your Honor, I move to have Lieutenant Coburn admitted as an expert in crime scene investigation.
Hey, Ms. Williams, any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, qualified Lieutenant Michael Coburn as an expert in crime scene analysis.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Back in 2021, I think you were a sergeant based on your reports, is that correct?
I was assigned to homicide.
And were you doing crime scene with homicide back in 2021?
I was.
Did you happen to work on the crime scene analysis for the murder case of Adolph Thornton?
For vehicles, yes.
Okay. And did you specifically process a Mercedes-Benz vehicle in that case?
I did.
And was that car recovered, and I guess you looked at it on November 20th of 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few photos that have previously been marked into evidence and just make sure that's the same car, okay? My other lawyer, Robert, will do that. We're going to put in Exhibit 11 that's previously been marked and entered. I know it's a little bit of a distance shot. Does that look like a Mercedes that you processed?
Yes.
Next, please. Exhibit 12, it'll be 12, 13, and 14. I just want to get the jury acclimated to the car. Close-up view of the car.
Yes, sir.
Same license plate, everything that you processed.
It is.
Okay.
13.
Yes. I said we're going to do 13 and 14. Just the front view of the same car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same thing?
Yes.
All right. And then where do you process the car?
At 475 Clank, it's a warehouse.
Okay. So I guess it gets towed over to the police warehouse?
Yes, sir.
All right. With regards to processing the car, can you tell the jury what exactly you do?
Primarily, we document evidence, just evidence like clothing or something, anything that investigators looking for.
You also look for blood?
Yes.
You also look for evidence of somebody trying to clean up the crime scene?
Sure.
All right. So with regards to this Mercedes, I think they used to call it luminol, and that's what you hear on TV, but it's Blue Star now, right? That's what you guys use to look for trace evidence?
Never use Blue Star because luminol requires more darkness than Blue Star does.
All right. And Blue Star was used in this case?
It was.
All right. So without getting into the nuts and bolts, you process this car with Blue Star?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you that a witness has said that he took a towel, put a bunch of bleach on it, and wiped the car down, is there any evidence of that in this case?
No.
And you would see that with the luminol, that there's bleach and things like that, where somebody's trying to clear a crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because otherwise people could get away with anything.
Correct.
Did not happen with regards to this car.
No, sir.
So if I said under oath, I got bleach, put it on a towel, wipe that car down, complete lie.
Yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
He's proven that Hernandez is a liar.
It's the summer event. Great time to buy.
One is tech savvy Ford S.
I got 2022, 2025 Expedition. It's the summer event. Great time to buy.
Find any prints of value inside of
I couldn't say without looking at the narrative. No, there's a lot of print cards. There's a lot of print cards that I looked at. Especially what we put the prints on.
No further questions.
No more questions.
Thank you. Yes. Call your next witness.
Call Miss Vivian Ferguson. She would need some help down with this stuff.
Raise your right hand. Face your honor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat, ma'am. Watch your step.
Good morning, Ms. Ferguson. Would you tell the jury your name and could you spell it for me?
My name is Vivian Banks Ferguson.
And could you spell that just so the court reporter needs to get it right?
Which one?
Your first name, middle name, and last name.
Capital B-I-V-I-A-N. B as in boy, A-N-K-S, Banks, Ferguson. Ferguson.
And Ms. Ferguson, how old are you?
80.
Okay. We're never supposed to ask that question. So, do you live next to Cornelius Smith Sr.?
I live next to King Smith, his dad.
Okay. So his daddy's King Smith lives next door to you, right? And you have to say yes or no. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And Cornelius Smith, that's somebody you know, right?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors how you know Mr. Cornelius Smith?
He's a young man that lived next door, and the only reason I had to came in contact with him, he always would do nice things for me. Like when I go shopping, he always would get the grocery out the car and bring it in the house for me. That was good for me because I was tired. So that's not only that, that's the only time that he come around. If I needed something done, I could ask him, and he would do it. And if he charged me, I would pay him. But he never charged me for it. To me, he was nice.
You walked at your house last week, just a few days ago, right? You'll have to say yes or no.
Yes.
All right. And I also asked you if Cornelius Smith said a few years ago that somebody came by your house to give you $500 for him. Would that be true or false?
It would not be true.
Damn.
So if Mr. Cornelius Smith said under oath, that's right.
Yo.
You're like a grandmother to him, right?
If that's what you want to say.
Okay,
What?
I'm just repeating what I've heard. So if he said that you got $500 for him to hold, never happened.
Never happened.
Not yesterday, not 5 years ago, not 10 years ago.
No, if somebody was going to need something for Cornelius at my house,
If he said that you got $500 for him to hold, never happened.
never happened.
Not yesterday, 5 years ago.
Do you have a name?
One 100% apologize. I know you were very upset about that. So thank you for your honesty. Specifically given $500 would be a lie.
Would be a lie.
Have you given $500?
Received any cash or any envelope for him.
So if somebody said you were specifically given $500, would be a lie.
Would be a lie.
And I'm really sorry to call you. I know the last time you came to court was talking about your son's murder, so I 100% apologize. I know you were very upset about that. So thank you for your honesty.
I wonder is her son the young boy that died? The bow-legged boy.
I don't have any more witnesses, Judge. We're going to run.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that juncture where you have heard all of the proof, but there's still one more piece left that you don't have, and that is the law that you're going to get from me. So give us a few minutes, and we'll get back with you. So please don't discuss this shit. Okay?
Jurors excused.
That's crazy. You just proved Cornelius was a liar. And that her grandson got killed. Her son got killed.
All right.
The only thing I have to do, Judge, is get that exhibit worked out that we were talking about.
That's crazy.
That's why we will
Let me get the stipulation. What's the next number, Your Honor?
33. 33. Mr. Aurora.
Yes, sir.
I need you to put your client on the stand. We need to do a moment to you.
Sure.
This is a good time to do that. Come on around, Mr. Govan. Thank you. Yeah.
Govan getting in the thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Is up your right hand?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
This brother look like he want to get on the stand.
Probably a little out of order, but better late than never, I guess. Mr. Aurora, would you like to ask your client some questions?
Mr. Govan, would you please spell your first and last name for the record?
HERNANDEZGOVAN.
And Mr. Govan, you and I have talked about your right to testify at trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
I've advised you that I would recommend not testifying based on some of the evidentiary rulings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've agreed with me that you do not wish to testify.
Yes, sir.
And that's freely and voluntarily. Nobody's forcing you to do that.
Nobody's forcing me.
Nobody's threatening you to do that.
No, sir.
All right. And this is something you are doing freely and voluntarily again.
Correct.
All right. I'm going to stamp this 33 on it. Give you the stipulation.
Can I have that?
I'm just going to get the sticker on it.
So this is all of them?
This is all of it, state and federal.
Are they labeled? Yours were labeled pretty good. Did y'all, I mean, so they'll know which bite is which?
The two that overlap, Your Honor, essentially the same. Theirs are just a few seconds longer, so they should be able to figure it out pretty easily.
That ain't what I.
Okay.
Are they labeled?
Ours are labeled. They will have, I believe they have initials, so like if it's an Angela Arnold clip, it will say AA, and then whatever the contents, joke or.
Right, okay. As long as they're labeled somehow, they're just not just clips with nothing, other than a bunch of numbers on them.
Yeah, they're labeled so I can find them, so same.
All right, this is, order stipulating to the police interview, sound bites that were testified to on yesterday, by, witness Angela Arnold.
Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and also the detective. We played parts of sound bites from the interviews for all three of them.
Okay.
Yeah, Detective Browning, I'm sorry, you said Smith. It was Browning.
And the stipulation reads, that whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30 Judicial District at Memphis for the purpose of trial, sound bites from police interviews with witnesses. The sound bites are stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney. And the stipulation reads,
in other news, Pennsylvania residents are going to be happy to hear.
On here, police sound bites, police interview sound bites.
Yes, sure.
Of Arnold, because this is just Arnold.
It's all of it, Your Honor. It's Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and Detective Brown.
All right. Angela Arnold, Cornelius Smith, and who's the third person?
Detective Browning.
What was his first name? All right, I put just that on the police sound bites of A. Arnold Smith and Detective J. Brown. We'll mark this as exhibit, collective exhibit 33.
Never gave Hernandez more money. He lied about that old lady.
Put that back here because I need to keep this working. Just leave it right there. All right. Have you had an opportunity to look at the jury charge? All right. Well, you need to take a few minutes because we're going to charge this jury, look like after lunch. That'll give us time to you review it, and then we'll come back and talk about it on the record and make sure it includes everything it needs to include and make sure it doesn't have anything in it that doesn't need to be in there. And that'll be time to get it printed. And, I'll charge them after lunch.
Why don't you keep breaking shit down?
And just to give you a heads up, the only thing we would ask is the accessory after the fact charge. That was the only thing I didn't see in there.
Okay.
It's 3.03.
As to vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State, any objection to that? Okay. All right, well, I'll add that. I'm gonna go back and add the other expert. I just added the Scanoberry. I'm gonna add the guy who just testified. I'm gonna add the stipulation. You know, look at it, tell me what else I've left out. Just look at it, let me know. Okay? We'll stay in recess.
What's in recess?
You said 1 o'clock there?
No, not for y'all.
Okay.
I need to know, probably within the next 30 minutes or so, if you think the charge is complete. I need to know what you think about the charge.
I think we're all good except for what we just mentioned.
Okay. So you have reviewed it?
Yes, we agree with us.
Oh, okay. But so, no, let's say 12 o'clock for lawyers, so we can make sure it looks like it should look. And then we'll probably recess to 1:30. Because I think lunch is coming somewhere in that time. Okay? Understand?
Dude, y'all keep going on breaks and shit. Like, what the fuck? Dude, y'all keep going. Like, why the fuck y'all keep going on breaks? What the fuck? Keep going on fucking breaks. Like, why the fuck y'all keep going on breaks? I am doing a reaction YouTube. Shout out to We Beat You TV podcast. Shout out to him. But I'm going over this content because it relates to the topic and what I'm talking about and the breaking down of what we was talking about. And everything I say in this video is allegedly, and everything we saying forward is allegedly. Only y'all know what's real and y'all know what's true based on the testimonies and based on what's been proven in court. Let's go.
That I did last night.
Let's see. Let's get up in there.
Because their impression on the cookie shop was that they were cool. They were cool with the cookie shop. That's why did she just come out by herself?
Y'all hear that? Y'all see right here? Shout out to him. He brought that to my attention. This right here, these boxes, this allegedly was so-called for Dolph. Check it.
Exactly. You're right. Now watch this street. Now here's the thing. Why you think there was no guns on the floor? Because at a point, Marcus handed those guns over. Now remember they said that we already know because we broke that there were 4 people in the store. Somebody's missing. Someone's missing. Because again, we know this isn't the light-skinned girl that Raven said on the show. That was the same person as the person that we're seeing here. So why did this girl come out by herself if there were 3 others in the store? All of them would have walked to the front, right? All of them would have walked to the front like, what the hell is going on? Why does she have the balls to walk to the front? And there's a guy, another girl, and another girl inside of the store. It's a game changer. Now why?
Y'all hear this? They took the men allegedly out the store, but allegedly it was 2 men in the store.
What's this? Press play on that. Now watch. Boom. Now we able to see what she was really looking at. Watch her look him up and down. And I zoomed in so I could see. So even in other court date, you're not going to be able to see her focus like we're seeing her focus now. Boom. Go for a play. Look, whoa, boom, look, boom. Right there. She looking at them boxes, gang.
What's in them boxes? What's in them boxes right there? What is in them boxes?
Allegedly, Marcus came in and helped Cam. And whatever connection that Dolph had to make, he needed to handle it first with Maurice.
Mm-hmm.
He had to handle it first with Maurice. Maurice had to be there. Now Rashad Hill, everybody's going on Rashad Hill. We got real.
I told y'all. Rashad Hill. Rashad Hill. Why did that name come up in the court date? Why did that name come up in court, y'all? Y'all gotta ask yourself that.
Boots on the ground. Now that's alleged. Now Rashad Hill is a relative. Now it's a cousin. But the thing about Rashad Hill, gang,
cousin,
we have to be accurate. I got the people on the ground.
But when you look Rashad up, all it shows is Maurice.
When you look Rashad up, all it shows is Maurice.
Mm.
Now his son name is.
You hear that? When you look up Rashad Hill, Maurice name pop up allegedly.
When you look Rashad up, all it shows is Maurice.
Mm.
Now his son name is
Maurice Hill Jr.
Maurice Hill Jr. is his son.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, there is a cousin. Who's the cousin, gang, that called in? That's why we got the information. See, we didn't get that. Thank you, boss baby. And it is alleged. So I'm saying this for real, gang.
Everything is alleged, bro.
Rashad Hill We have to keep our boots on the ground, and it's finna come in a second. We got shit on Moochie Gray shooting. We got some shit. And you the right information. So think of, gang, when Marcus came back in the store, someone took the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Because think about it, allegedly, Dolph and them was cool with them.
You heard what he said. Allegedly, Dolph was cool with him. That's why Dolph ain't bring that fully in. So my whole thing is why Dolph was naked. Why Dolph was naked. He had his gun in the car.
Yep, the lawyer brung him up. Exactly. That's why they about to do a mistrial, come in with the RICO. They did a dirty job. We told you guys that. Remember, Straight Drop had been communicating with Juke way before they got in connection with Kato 2 times. Way before Cornbread came to play.
Mm-hmm.
Way before Cornbread came into the play. Did you see all those numbers? Not to ask yourself, all those numbers that they showed on those call logs, right? Why were they just paying attention to the people, Juke, Straight Drop, Cornelius? They didn't even look into all the other people. They didn't give us.
They did. They never looked into the other people. Why? Why they never look into the other people, y'all?
That's where that money and that witchcraft come in. They tried to throw you off. We want to know who all them other people are too. They already was going under different names and other fake names. That's where that come into play. Who you still right here, baby? Let me sit right here.
Okay, my bad.
That's where all that come into play, gang. They run into play. And the lawyer finna bust their ass down. Sorry about that. Double tap the screen, everybody. Now look at her.
Y'all gotta pay attention. The lawyer have been cooking. The lawyer been bringing a lot of shit up. A lot of different shit that's irrelevant to the case, but is relevant to the case because this case, it goes deep.
Look how she's looking hard. She's still looking. Look right here. She looks at it again. Look. She knows. But she not supposed to give this shit up until Maurice get there.
You heard this shit?
Turn that up right there. Pay attention, gang.
That music don't cut on. Oh, yeah.
I go. Now watch this.
Notice that when young Dolph walks in, you can tell Dolph is there to handle business.
Peep how the brother looked though. He never looked.
It's clearly here. We know Marcus didn't come in there to get no goddamn cookies. This ain't what no motherfucking cookies.
That's what I said. Motherfuckers ain't want no motherfucking cookies.
They was there. He was gonna help Dolph carry them boxes out. Allegedly. That's why Dolph was still over there waiting to come in. Dolph had money in his pocket. We already know Brick Wolf said that Dolph was up there to make a deposit. That's why he came back and changed it when he talked to the rest of PRE and changed up his story.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because it was a transaction finna go down. It was a pickup. People use businesses all the time, store establishments, to get shit in. And the shit that could have been coming in was in them brown boxes. Didn't them brown boxes look like the brown boxes was out of place? Didn't she look? Let's look again.
brown boxes did look out of place.
Watch. Watch again. Y'all double tap the screen. Let's go watch. Dolph was coming to pick up the pack, gang. Marcus was coming in. Look. Look.
Operation.
Double tap. Look, boom. Look how she looking at them boxes. Boom. When she saw him pull up, she said, okay, let me look. Because she knew, look, gang, she saw him pulling up. That's why she came out the back. And that's why she looked at the boxes, because she knew he was coming to pick up them boxes, allegedly.
Why they call it Operation Cookie Monster.
Bingo! Band-Aid game. Look at her playing with her hands.
What's in them boxes?
The pack, gang.
She was supposed to get it. Listen, they allegedly were supposed to get them boxes up.
Could have been the drop side.
And don't those boxes.
They're different
Thank
colors.
you, Street Play. I was able to see it. Thank you, Street Play. I was able to see it. Saying this is what y'all not understanding. This is what y'all are not understanding. I had to zoom in to get the full effect of how she was staring at the boxes.
Them boxes look out of place. And you can tell the way the brother came in there. The way the brother came in there is like he was off balance. He was coming in there to grab something, like he said, because it don't look like his brother was just standing around. He was waiting on Maurice.
Now, everybody, y'all go. I had to zoom in to show y'all how she was staring at the boxes. That's why Marcus guns were never turned in, because the cookie shop was cool with Dolph. They were doing transactions. Remember, somebody called in. Raven said her daddy was there. Her daddy left, remember, but we got a different story because the cousin called in because he wasn't feeling well. What about that cousin's phone? Where is he? They never took none of these people's phone. It doesn't have to be on the call list that they showing us in the courtroom. That's why they got to come back and do a mistrial. They never took none of these people's phones, gang.
They never took none of these people's phones, but these people numbers is part of the call list. Young Dolph allegedly called this, Big Jokes, and Govans.
Raven said it.
Raven said
they
it.
never took none of these people's phone, gang. What up, Walt? They never took their phones, gang. And they pulling the witchcraft on us. They pulling the witchcraft on us with this shit about just keeping our eyes focused on the phone conversations between Straight Drop and Cornelius and Hernandez. That's cap. Hat store type of shit. We're not working at the hat store. This ain't the hat store channel. We're not working for lids. This ain't the lids channel. You're not gonna. We ain't cap over here, gang. I ain't gotta go on the trial and watch that shit today and sit there and watch it and talk with y'all through it. I'm not doing it. Took their phones, gang. So where's their phone conversation? Where's her phone log? Who is her phone log? What about the cousin's phone log? What about Maurice's phone log? They never took Maurice's phone. But we know one thing, Maurice up in there and took this motherfucking phone right there. Yep. He took that phone out the store. Yep. And then she said the police allowed her dad to get the phone, gang. Where they do that at? He had already went in there and got the phone. And the reason why Maurice went back in the store was to get rid of the pack. The pack just touched down. Look, gang, the pack. Look at the stamp, gang. The pack just touched down.
I heard. The cookie shop ain't get off so much, Skull.
Them boxes don't match them white boxes and all the food right here, do it, gang? That don't match, and that don't match. That don't match. That's why you didn't see Maurice's guns. Marcus guns. Because somebody in the store took them, covered it up for him. Because they coming in here. Man, how many businesses, people that make business, use a business as a cover-up to get the pack in, gang? Right. And somebody was unloyal and gave the drop in there, which could have been the cousin that got sick, allegedly. The Marcus Reese gonna come back to cover. But they told us another lie, right? They told us another lie. The pack just touched down, gang. And Dolph, look, Marcus is not getting any cookies, right? So what do Marcus need to come inside the cookie shop? He might as well sat in the car and watched the scene with the chopper. He might as well sat in the car and watch the scene with the chopper. Watch the scene. I'm gonna sit right here, gang, because Dolph was gonna say what? Man, let me run in here and grab a couple cookies for my mama, bro. All right, I'm gonna just sit right here. And I'm watching the outside, right? I'm watching who could be pulling up. I'm watching everything, right? But he needed help going in there and carrying something out. He needed help carrying something out. That's why Dolph did not get out of the car. Did y'all see how long it took Dolph to get out of the car?
He was calling.
Because at that moment when Dolph pulled up,
he was calling Maurice. Maurice went there. Maurice know that.
He was like, damn, what this nigga at? Let me call him real quick while I'm sitting in the car. Y'all know how the streets go. I do. I trap heavy, so I know he's sitting in that car. Like, okay, let me. Man, this nigga ain't even here. Hold on, bro. And he sat for a minute. He got out. Dialing the number again. No answer. Allegedly. And he got out, right? Yep. And Snoop Bands stopped answering the phone. And who was over there in Cascada? Snoop. Right over there, right over there. So tell me something, gang. I'm telling you guys facts. Y'all gonna have to check me out tonight. Because I've got to go back, break down everything far as how that attorney was low-key cooking, gang. He know what he was doing, and he finessed it right. He got up under their skin and made them angry on purpose. You see how he brought up how they got them and did Juke way later, bro? How he brought up Juke later. He started putting the clamp on Juke. Why y'all didn't keep pulling Juke in, gang? Why they didn't keep pulling Juke in? Why they didn't investigate Juke? Because of money? Because they already got fans involved? That's why Dolph was saying, ho ass Gotti, you been trying to put the police on me ever since I got in.
He damn sure said that.
Welcome, CJ.
What up, CJ? Exactly. They all played a part in taking him out. It was inside. It was inside. It was a big movement, a big shipment coming in. We don't know what Dolph was doing after they got rid of the cookies. I mean, after they got rid of the turkeys, they could have loaded that motherfucker back up with some work after they got done with the turkeys as a cover-up. Exactly. Getting his haircut on the phone. So think about it, gang. They do the turkey drive, they give up the turkeys, and they reload it up with a whole bunch of goddamn infused cookies. Infused cookies. Allegedly. Allegedly. Gang, I got so much shit that I'm finna bop y'all with. Now we cooking. Double tap the screen if y'all in. Double tap the screen. This is very important. And I will go back up here because I was able to access that and give you actions of his footprints. He trusted these people, bro. And someone inside finessed him. That's how they had the drop. That's how they had the drop on Dolph. That's why. Marcus came inside with never seen the weapons because he was able to give it to the rest of the people that was inside of here because they trusted these people, bro. Dolph trusted these people and they acted like they trusted him. Them other people might not have knew what was going on in the store, but somebody had the inside drop, and that's why she's lying, saying that this girl is the light-skinned girl that we popped her on.
Thank you, CJ Superfly.
It's a whole different girl.
He say, hey, bro, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. You're extremely right. And you got to have a deep, deep mind to really, really understand this. And I'm not going to lie, bro. You hitting these right on the note. Thank you, gang. I appreciate
it. It is because a lot of stuff starting to add up. A lot of stuff starting to come together. And Govan going to testify, so.
He trusted these, but I got some more stuff in the come. That's why I ain't go on yesterday, gang. Because I edit. I'm able to see shit that people, I'm able to slow shit down that people don't know how to do. Put the arrow there for you. Watch the scene. Yes, he was backdoor. They trusted these people.
He trusted them people. He did.
Why did she? Here's the key point. Let me go up here. It happens. Okay, when he runs back in. So I'm going to bring that to you in real time. Okay, Melina, we know it. I won't be watching it. I'm just doing this. I'm going to be watching it, but I'm doing commentary on here. I will be watching it on my own time because I have to edit. I'm driving, I'm editing, I'm taking pieces so y'all can see that there will be going for a mistrial so they can bring in the RICO. Gotti, you might as well go ready, bro. The cookie shop, y'all might as well go and get ready. That's why they brought up Raheel. That's all these conversations. They got to bring it all back, gang. They got to bring it. They got to know what them boxes was, where them boxes came from. They got to go back. They got to investigate everybody. See, they tried that witchcraft because they know people down at the police station. That's why the cops did a bad job. That's why he got the private investigator. Let's work.
Yeah.
Watch this. Remember, she said her cousin said, everybody get down. It was a guy cousin in there said, everybody get down. Then tell me why the fuck, why he didn't appear with her. See, that was Marcus' feet again. Watch this. Watch his feet. Marcus' feet. Watch this. Now he came in. He was in and out of the store. Now watch. At a time, he's going to run towards Dolph's body. But he also could have went inside the door. Hey, take these guns. Take these guns. Because he thinking they're cool with the cookie shop. So whoever in the belt's in the back, look, he gave them guns to him. He gave the guns to somebody in the back.
He gave the gun to somebody in the back.
See, he gave, look, there you go again. He gave the guns to somebody in the back. They took the weapons because they took the weapons, gang.
Then you had the dad telling him he don't know what happened. He thought he shot it up.
Now look, they took his weapon. See, he ran back again. He didn't go out the store. See, he ran back. Look, there you go again. There goes other footsteps. What are you doing that for? Look, and then that's boom. Watch this. And then when she came out, gang, she was wiping her hand. She was wiping, dusting her hand off. Like, what you dusting your hand off? What, you took a bite of cookie back there? Did you take a bite of a cookie back there or something? Or did she touch the guns? Did she get the gunpowder off her hands? Did she go get gunpowder? Was she getting gunpowder off her hands? Because they never checked her for gunpowder. See, that's what I'm saying. They never checked these people, bro. Look, watch her. There he go. He just moved. Now watch her. Look at her hand. Watch her hand. Look at her hand. Wiping her hand. Look at her. Look at that.
Why is it just one? Where's the rest of the employees? And it's clear for us.
Now, if there is a, it's like they communicating. It's like they communicating. Answer this. They're communicating, gang. If there is a grown man inside of the store, why ain't everybody up there at the front of the counter with her?
Right.
And why she ain't put her hands up?
And why she ain't put her hand? Exactly. Because you know why? Because Dolph trusted this cookie shop. And somebody in the cookie shop knew that drop and that pack was going to be there. It was a clear setup, gang. And they got to go for the mistrial at this point. I want to get everybody to see this because this video is very important because you know why? It should have been 1, 2, 3, 4 people up here looking at what happened. So you mean to tell me it's a grown ass nigga back there and he ain't have enough balls to walk up here like her?
She has no real reaction.
Exactly,
Clinton.
That part.
There, like I told Dove yesterday, there is no reaction when everything went down.
No reaction.
She hurried up and went in the back, and then a few minutes later she came normal.
It should have been a lot more people up here. Now he's running in and out. So what does Maurice need to go in there and let them out of the store for? It all shows. It's all clear. He don't need to let them out the store. Clearly she went to the back, and clearly ain't nobody else up here looking to get waiting to get let out the store. Nobody's up here. Why is she the only one here? Because somebody ran off with the pack.
And shouldn't she have?
Because there was more stuff going on when Maurice came in there. When Maurice came in there, they got rid of these boxes. They got rid of the guns.
My point is, she got her phone in her hand. Why she ain't on the phone with the ambulance?
Right, she got her phone in her hand, and she
should at least come on the phone with the ambulance automatically.
She went to the back with the phone. But when remember she turned and went to the back with the phone.
But remember, she's going through a tragic emotion.
Yeah, ain't no tragic emotions. Somebody's going through all this. She had to go to therapy and all of that shit. We tell she had to go to therapy. She went up here and looked at the goddamn shit. That's her fault. She wanted to go up there and go look at some shit to put her through some therapy because it's a lie. It was a third person there. It was 4 people there. And the reason why Raven don't want to give up 4 people is because the other person ran off with them boxes and the other person could have been a person that put the leg down.
And another question. Why didn't the police and the news people interview her? And
That part.
Seen
the whole thing. She said they interviewed her and stuck to the same script. They stuck to the same script. That's what she said. That we didn't see that. That's what I'm saying. And if we may get to see that, y'all, we might get to hear that. They haven't mentioned it. He's cooking. He might say, did all those people in that cookie shop get interviewed? Yeah. Did their guns did their phones get compensated for evidence? No, they didn't. We want a mistrial. And his money's long enough to get a mistrial. We want a mistrial. Mistrial coming up. That's mistrial coming up, gang. That's all they're gonna have to say then. We're going for a mistrial because they did not take everyone's phone.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. She's looking. Why you want to look at something tragic? Double tap the screen, gang. So Band-Aid, gang, I will give you the information on Rashad.
Hit the like button, y'all. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, man. Get up in here. We be back in the trial in a few minutes. They on break.
Heal. Now we know it. They tried to pull the witchcraft. That's why Dolph kept saying Gotti was trying to put the police on him ever since he been back up in Memphis. Because they got connections with the police. That's why they was pulling him over. Because they knew Dolph was trapping, gang. Sometimes you just can't take the trap out of nigga. Even though he a millionaire, sometimes you just can't take the trap out of him. Maybe that Pat come in, let his partners trap a little bit. He got millions, but hey, I'm gonna keep y'all fed in the hood. He go a couple of couple Peter Pans. Here go a couple Peter Pans, man. Y'all keep this shit running, man. To his street partners. They need money too. So now we know. Raven, stop sitting over there acting like you out to clear and it ain't your fault, because we know that job was done wrong. And allegedly, we're not saying it's your fault or your family's fault. Because at this point, this is a game changer. Dolph trusted your family. It was some shit gonna go down in this store. That's why Dolph walked so far off and took the call. And that's why Marcus did not look like he was about to get cookies, because he was about to help carry, allegedly, these boxes out of the store. That's why Dolph was there to handle business. That's why he stood up and took the phone call, because the phone call was important, because that phone call to be somebody that was supposed to meet him here. If I'm just, think about it, gang. If I'm just on the phone finna leave and I got to take a phone call, I'll make the goddamn phone call while she ringing me up. Hey, bruh, you want a couple of them cookies over there? What you want out the, what kind of cookies you want, bro? You notice he never asked his brother what kind of cookies did his brother want. He stepped over to the side. Because they could have killed that in 2 birds in 1 stone, right? So when Dolph ordered his cookies, watch this. When Dolph walked up there and ordered the cookies, right? Dolph got all the money. Dolph would have asked his brother, you want some cookies, bro? What kind you want? Right? That's what he would have said. What kind of cookies you want? What kind of cookies you want, Marcus? Let me get 2 chocolate chip. All right, so let me get 2 strawberry, 2 lemon, 2 chocolate chip, and my brother wanted a sugar cookie too. Right? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm correct on that. That's what he would have did. And then she would have walked up with all of their shit at the counter. Why she gonna get his shit and then double back to take his order? Doesn't add up.
With your device.
Doesn't add up. She would have killed 2 birds in 1 stone, gang. She would have got what Marcus wanted. Dolph would have paid for all of that. Right? He would have paid for it. Dolph would have paid for that shit. She meant to put a 1 in the chat. But real talk, he would have paid for it. She wouldn't have had to go back twice. Dolph stepped to the side because Maurice was supposed to be in that store. Look.
Look at her.
Look at them boxes. Whoa, we got him. Look at the. It's like she was looking at somebody in the back. Look, playing with her hands. Look, that she looking at that box. Boom. She knew it. Exactly, Teron. He didn't want no cookies that morning. Look.
Look at her hands.
No, her looking up at the camera, rubbing her hands might have been the signal.
Right. Nigga, you don't go eat no goddamn cookies at no goddamn at 11 something in the morning. Get you some breakfast.
So Dolph and them, they didn't come in the store at the time they were on their way in the store, and she looking back at the
exactly.
Like that.
Yep, because she like seen him. You're right. She seen that car pull up. She knew it was coming in. That's why she looked. That's a regular way a person thinks, bro.
So whoever put the boxes right there, they got her phone number to tell her Dolph pulling up.
Yeah, they got the phone number. That part, Angel's correct. Mm-hmm. They had a time to call. They probably called.
That girl came back out with her
phone
in her hand and told the people allegedly what happened. Dolph just got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. If y'all don't know, selling cookies make you innocent. I can't learn y'all nothing. Selling cookies don't make you innocent. Exactly. I know what you meant to put there. But check this out, gang. Check this out. Dolph could have called the store phone first.
Because you know you can place orders.
That's why Marcus came and took the store phone. That's why she tried to double back the lie and said there was an officer there. And my dad said, sir, I'm the owner. Can I go let the employees out? Why you flip that lie like that when he was already in this goddamn store? Witchcraft. Cover up. Yep, and he got it. There you go. You see seen it. The boxes got the tracking on it. There go the tracking slip. Ain't that the tracking slip? Ain't that the tracking slip?
Allegedly.
If it's this time in the morning, Band-Aid gang, and you got some new shit in, it's 11 something, gang. It's 11 something in the afternoon. Why haven't they took this inventory shit right here and goddamn it, got it stocked up and shit at 11 something? Come on, gang. At 11 something. Y'all ain't went through these boxes and got all, whatever y'all done ordered and shit and put it on the shelf. That's because Dolph was coming to pick this up allegedly. That's why.
The girl kept looking at it.
That's why. Dolph and them trusted that cookie shop. We have to get a mistrial. So the lawyer already knew they was gonna try to play this witchcraft game on us. Dolph trusted this guy, and they even after he was unalive, Marcus still him, and they still acted like they trusted Marcus. Took the guns from him.
I wonder, was Dolph buying the boxes of cookies? If that ain't drugs, I wonder, was he buying boxes of cookies
for him and got rid of the guns? Got the guns. That's how God spent the block for Dolph. Thank you. That's an overnight package. And guess what? I was able to zoom in to really see her reaction. Because when you watch this one, you're not going to see how hard she was staring at these boxes until I zoomed the screen up. That's why you see it drop after I show it in slow motion. Look how it dropped. That's going to show you how much I had to play with the screen to get to see this. Look. Now watch how the camera look after it's going to drop. Watch this. Watch how much I had to pull. Look, I'm going to have to pull for y'all to see all of this part of her reaction. Watch this. Now watch how it's going to drop. Watch. Look how much I was able to show you the box. Now watch this. Look how it's going to drop. And you ain't going to be able to see it. Boom. See? You can't see none of that shit. Ah! You can't see none of it really like that. See? I had to zoom it up and screen it up for y'all to see how much emphasis she put in the boxes. Bingo. Look, do you see the boxes now? No. Look, you only see that piece, but I had to drag the screen so y'all could see hide and seek.
She ain't standing regular,
see?
Like a regular person would it is. She's standing there looking at the box.
That's why, look. I had to zoom that screen up for y'all to see. See, now look how I look. Boom. You can't even see it. Hide and seek. Look. After I put it in slow motion, look, now I go back to fast motion and to the, look, boom. You would have never seen them fucking boxes. Look. Bam. Told y'all I don't fucking play. I don't fucking play, gang. Look.
And look.
Don't play with me, gang.
When Marcus came and got that
yeah, he had. Yep, he had to move the boxes because the phone's right there. Look. That's why he had to get in there so bad. Look, what? Boom. Ooh. We never seen the boxes. Look, and I had to zoom them up. Boom. Told you, don't fucking play with Band-Aid gang, bro. That's as much you can see like that. And that's when I caught it and I zoomed it. We got him, gang. We got him. Look, we got him. Look. She's so nervous. We got him. Exactly. That's why, Raven, those were family members in there. Family members. It wasn't just one cousin. Most of them people were related. They say they just hired this girl about 2 weeks, so she may not really have known what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. They probably had to hire somebody that didn't really know what was going on. All in the family. And what's up with the button she pushed? Exactly. She did go down there and push something. She put something down. But the reason why Raven is saying that there was only 3 people is because we know it's 4. We clearly know this girl is not the light-skinned girl. Because someone ran off with some evidence. Someone has to not be counted for. I'm close to Perry Mason, though. Thank you for the compliment that you had to dig in your head and think of somebody to say that I am. I appreciate it. But this is not about me. This is about what we trying to do right here. And that is scope out everything so this man can get justice. Because clearly, we know
that he was locked up. He was locked up. Ain't no other way around it. Ain't no other way around that.
that these people, and don't say no, because I want to line you up, because I want to let you hang around before I knock your drawers off. I will knock the rubber out the elastic in your drawers real easy. It is. If they're not doing a proper job by checking all these people's cell phone, there is a problem. I'll wait. There is a problem. So if you was unalived, wouldn't you want your justice? And wouldn't you want the people that's inside of this store to get their phones checked?
That's something y'all really gotta ask yourself. People be wondering why we going so hard for Dolph.
On side of the red wall, she put her.
He asks us why we going so hard for Dolph. That's cause we know there's too much going on in that cookie shop. Too much going on in that cookie shop. We clearly see boxes. So what y'all told Dolph, we'll make the cookies for you. Come get them at 11 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, they're going to be nice and ready. Is that what you said? Is that what y'all said today, Rhea? And y'all lined it up like that? Everything I'm saying allegedly. Bro, we want to know, why did Dolph stop in that cookie shop? Why did Dolph stop in that cookie shop? Dog. Ain't nobody stopping in no motherfucking cookie shop no early in the morning. Like C-Dub said.
Her arm out to push it after running in the back before standing and pushing. Okay. So check this out, gang. I didn't want to tarry with y'all. I just wanted to drop this quick gem on y'all. I do want to go do my research because I have to do some chopping and editing to show you guys how would this mistrial may come into play. There is more stuff. I will get you the intel from Cupcake. We do have boots on the ground. If I do get in a better spot at some time, I'll be doing a lot of drive day. Salute to everybody that just came in, show love. I did want to give you some intel on this video. We are looking at just start paying attention. They're putting more emphasis on Jook. He should have been investigated. And pulled in. So we want to thank y'all pulling up, showing love to the channel, tapping in because I know the trial. So it got to be some good information that y'all are stuck around and listen to what I have to give you because this is important. He trusted those people.
He did.
These people phones was
Dolph trusted them people. Oh, he still ain't come back? Oh, he did come back. He did come back.
Mr. Aurora, I don't remember. Tell me what it was that you said needed to be added or removed. I think I did it already.
Accessory after the fact.
Oh, right. So I'm adding,
Yes, sir.
the state didn't have an issue with that. I think you asked for that too. Okay. State also asked that I include solicitation to vote the conspiracy and murder.
Okay.
So I am adding those.
Do we need all the lesser included? I just want to go on the indictment, or is that just something?
Well, it's,
I can't go all or nothing?
no,
Okay.
can't do all or nothing. Court of Appeals might not like that if they have to review it.
Even if I waive it?
Yeah, because the state, we wouldn't do so. I mean, if y'all agree, if you agreed, I think I might be able to get away with it, but somebody's gonna be unhappy with that. One party or the other is gonna be unhappy, and be like, let's just ask for those legends included, so I'm adding solicitation to both the conspiracy and first degree murder, and I'm adding, accessory after fact to both also. On page 5, in the definition of conspiracy to commit first degree murder, in paragraph 2, that the second part to that was actually the definition of first degree murder. I'm scratching that. That kind of confuses things. So in the definition of conspiracy to commit first degree murder, in paragraph 2, that the second part to that was actually the definition of first degree murder. I'm scratching that. That first that if they have to review it.
Even if I waive it?
Yeah, because the state, we wouldn't do so. I mean, if y'all agree, if you agreed, I think I might be able to get away with it, but somebody's gonna be unhappy with that. One party or the other is gonna be unhappy, and be like, let's just ask for those legends included, so I'm adding solicitation to both the conspiracy and first degree murder, and I'm adding, accessory after fact to both also. Solicitation to both the, so I'm adding solicitation to both the conspiracy and first degree murder, and I'm adding, accessory after fact to both also. On page 5.
That's what he mainly gonna get charged with: solicitation and accessory after the fact.
In the definition of conspiracy
So
to
that
commit
might
first
get
degree
40.
murder, in paragraph 2, that the second part to that was actually the definition of first degree murder. I'm scratching that. That kind of confuses things. So paragraph 2 will read that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first degree murder. Okay. I did add the stipulations. I added the experts. I took out defendant testifying. So let's go back to, I guess, for it to be complete.
I thought Govan was
On page
testifying.
4, where I list the charges. Of course, I'm gonna add solicitation and accessory after the fact there. And when it comes to count 2, I've added solicitation to first-degree murder, second-degree murder, aggravated assault. Do I need to plead on the assault? Just out of an abundance of caution, or y'all good if I don't?
That's what he getting.
It just kind of feels like overkill.
Lesser charges.
Okay, so the parties agree, I will leave it off of assault. Assault is the last offense there. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. We state my mind about a mere presence instruction.
A who?
Mere presence instruction.
As to the conspiracy,
As to the conspiracy.
it's in a definition somewhere. Did I read it?
Thank you.
Hold on, let me. It's part of a definition. I think it's probably in the conspiracy definition.
Okay, if it's there, that's fine.
Hold on, let me.
Page 18. Page 18.
In what? Because now I've added a bunch of stuff. So what is it a part of?
So it's under the criminal responsibility for conduct in another section, right above accomplice.
Okay. Yeah, last paragraph of the second to the last paragraph. However, mere presence during the commission of offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Good enough? All right.
And then between closings, we'll need a second to switch those.
That's fine.
I'll over.
That's fine. Do I need to put a time limit on closing arguments? I normally don't. But I see everybody to be reasonable.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not that long.
You've been pretty fairly reasonable throughout. I haven't had to clear my throat and look at you hard, so.
That's what I always keep my back to you.
Right. I think I know of ways to get your attention, and I don't want to have to do that.
I don't want to go long.
And I'm going to give you the opportunity to present your case. I'm not getting ready to step on that. Just when I start hearing the same things over and over again, I get restless, and that's just.
If I'm doing that, then I've really screwed up.
Right. Okay. Well, good. So, let's
Really screwed up.
things over and over again, I get restless, and that's just.
If I'm doing that, then I've.
The same things over and over again, I get restless, and that's just.
If I'm doing that, then I've really screwed it up.
Right. Okay. Well, good. So, let's stand in recess. Right. Okay. Well, good. So, let's stand in recess to 1:30.
What's in recess to 1:30?
All right. Thank you.
They be back another hour. They be back another hour, 15 minutes. So we're gonna try and get it. We're gonna try and get it rolling.
This is important. He trusted those people. these people's phones was not checked. So just because they trying that witchcraft and not showing you the conversation between Juke, Hernandez, and Straight Drop and Cornelius, he gonna get off. They gonna get the mistrial allegedly because they gonna, you know what? Because it's gonna show that Straight Drop and Juke have been having a relationship. They trying to make Juke look like he was the mastermind. And them was just some ducks. You can't say how they playing it now. Really, it's looking like Juke was the mastermind. Juke was the mastermind. You can't put that on Cornelius, on Hernandez all the way. We know he had something to do with it, but Juke it was more important when you look at all the phone calls between him and Straight Drop that they got it done, and it was a CMG hit, gang.
Right.
Juke is looking like the mastermind because Juke wanted it done. Juke is the one that got the picture papping back and forth saying, take this old bitch nigga on this picture right here. Remember, he was looking at the mural of Dolph and said, look at this old bitch ass nigga around these real niggas. Get this nigga out the picture. Juke was in his feelings about Dolph. That looks like the mastermind. The nigga that's paying the money. They go down to Miami, stay down there over a month to plan the hit of Dolph. Teasy gets caught with the apple. Teasy gets caught, Tails. They put the Apple Watch on him so he can record every goddamn thing. He ends up unalived. Right, and Juke was in the car popping his lips like a sissy. Me and bruh came up with about M. You and bruh. We on, gang. We on their ass, bro. They gonna make Juke look like the mastermind. CMG go down, and they gonna bring back a fucking Rico. The lawyer is simply making it seem like they did not do their job and did not tell y'all that, gang. I
clearly
told y'all that they was gonna get private investigator and they was gonna go back and try to get all these people on the scene, get their phone logs and everything. That's all he got right now to put on his hands. That's this lawyer right now. Y'all gonna start seeing is going to be pushing for a mistrial because they did their job wrong. They did their job wrong, and I got
MPD. Y'all did mishandle that. Y'all did your job wrong. Y'all did. I agree. We all been saying that. MPD, Memphis Police Department, y'all lacked. So I don't know what y'all paid, or I don't know what y'all. It was just lack of it. I don't know.
I got some more information in that's gonna pop y'all ass tonight. We gonna pop they ass tonight. We gonna pop they ass. Double tap the screen. I am Mr. C-Dub. I ain't said a word, but you know what I'm saying? And I said, damn, this is the Band-Aid Gang channel. If you are new, please like, share, and subscribe. We got the real Angel in the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Yolanda with the T. Yep, and we got the Content Queens Angel in the building. Salute to the gang, Band-Aid Gang. We up in this bitch. Love to everybody. Make sure y'all do y'all research. Start paying attention. Manny
is cooking. Manny was cooking, y'all.
We back, y'all.
They asked you during this interview. Who said it?
We're here and we'll go back somewhere.
Let me see.
And you said this was nighttime. Yes. And when was what your
Right up here.
How are you?
Hi, Ms. Orman. My name is Manny, and we're on the aware of Mr. Govan in this case, okay? Okay. It's clear you don't want to be here today. No, I don't. All right. Speaking of talking to folks, how many times have you talked to the government before today, being the prosecutor? The police? The police.
Hey, G Money, we back.
Here today.
I gotta give you a rate on your other page.
I saw some police twice. Okay. And I talked to those ladies, once. When was that? Last week. Okay.
Afternoon, for the jury.
Cornelia Schmidt.
And for the benefit of our jurors who may be taking notes and our court reporter, could you spell your first and last name?
CORNELIUS
And if it's okay, can I call you Cornelius?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Cornelius. You know an individual by the name of Hernandez Govan?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you point to that individual and describe what he or she was wearing?
Man, right here with the white shirt on, black tie, bald head.
The record witness as identified by the defendant. And how long have you known Mr. Govan?
I met him in 21, and 20, like mid 21, something like that.
Mid 21, so
like like in the middle of 21.
When you met him, under what circumstances were you meeting?
I met him through an individual named Bobby. Buy pills at the time. I was just buying pills from him.
And would that be Bobby Parker?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were buying pills from Mr. Govan?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of pills were you buying from Mr. Govan?
Ecstasy and sometimes Percocet pills, oxycodone.
Would you say, why were you buying pills?
Because I popped pills. I bought pills at the time.
Okay.
That was my drug of choice, pills.
Did you have a particular reason why you were popping pills?
I had a lot of stress going on or whatever, and it was on and off thing anyway, but then I was just back on.
Was there a particular incident that caused you to start?
I had lost my son in 2020, March of 2020, and I just went back on.
You had been on them before?
Yes, man, I had been on them before.
And he at some point stopped?
Stopped.
And after your son
got killed, I started back on.
And through that course, you got to know Mr. Govan.
Yes, ma'am.
Where would you meet Mr. Govan?
At first, Bobby started going to get the pills from him, and then, one particular day, Bobby ain't want to go, so, I went and got some from myself.
Okay, and where was that at?
At his home, on Bradley Street, I believe.
So is that
Sick. I played this back because he's supposed to have been lying on his testimony.
How did you know this where he was?
Because I used to be right across the street at Bobby's house, you know what I'm saying, from his house.
So people always gone to Bobby's house?
Yeah, I used to hang out with Bobby. On the database.
So let's go back to mid-summer or so, however you say it, of 2021, when you first came into contact with Mr. Govan. At what point did the situation change from you, or did it change from you buying pills from him to something else?
I guess after a couple runs of going to buy pills on my own from him, he started asking, did I want to make some money? He knew ways I get some money. I'm like, yeah.
Did you want some money?
Yeah, because sometimes I go to him and ask, can I get a couple pills on credit? So, that was when he was like, you want to make some money? I'm like, yeah.
And why did you need money? Were you working at the time?
Yeah, nah, not really. I wasn't just working like that. I couldn't just keep a job with a PA like that. I ain't gonna be.
So you want money. What did you want money for?
A lot of different reasons. Make sure my children were straight, pop me up over pills, make sure I was good. A lot of people.
How many children did you have at the time?
I had 5. I got 5 now, but I had 6.
Six altogether. But
Yeah, it was after my son got killed. I had 5.
And who was the mother of those?
Letitia Jackson.
So you wanted money to make sure your kids were okay. You popped a few pills, and you'd be all right. Did you have a girlfriend at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your girlfriend name?
Miss Angela.
Miss Angela. Does Angela have a last name? Arnold?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yeah, 5 kids, a girlfriend, and a pill head.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So at some point, Mr. Govan asked you if you wanted to make some extra money.
Make some money.
And how were you supposed to make extra money?
Well, he told me that, it was a little bound on a couple paper out here.
Okay, I ain't understand nothing you said.
It was a hit on, it was a hit at the time on a couple guys in paper out here, or whatever.
Okay, and what were some of those individuals' names, if you can recall?
Paper out Woo, Young Dog. I don't know all the names, because I ain't know who they were.
At what point did he mention the actual boundaries, as you say?
One night leaving getting some pills, he mentioned the prices on, who had 50 on his head, Young Dog had 100 on his head, somebody had 5 on their head, 10 on their head. He mentioned the prices too.
So it was almost like a catalog. This person costs this much. This person costs
telling
this
us who had money on their head, who had the most money on their head,
and who had
price.
the
Dog
most?
had the most money on his head.
And he had 100,000.
100,000 on his head.
And when you say his head,
I mean, if you kill a Young Dog, you get $100,000.
at some point you will testify that about the shooting of Young Dog, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that, were you involved in any other shootings?
Well, one day, Mr. Govan had provided me with a gun, and he told us that Paper Out Rule was at home one day. So as we approached the house, me, Bobby, Justin, and another guy, I don't know the other guy's name, Bobby dropped me off. I get out walking on foot. Paper Out Rule was coming out the house, and he had his gun in his hand at the time. And I was walking up the street, and me and him had a shootout or whatever. And the gun he provided me had jammed up. So, I had to duck and Bob and weed, and Bobby had got to me. We got in the car and went back to his house and reported what had happened to him. And he was glad I ain't get killed that day right there. But Bob was like, he wasn't messing with this stuff because he was believing what Justin them told him about. We messed it up or whatever. And we didn't have our masks on and all this. So Bobby felt bad.
Was there an incident with Paper Out Rule that you're aware of prior to the incident where you were involved?
Nah, I don't know nothing else about, no incident with Paper Out. Just this shootout that I had with him, that's all I know about it. And he was saying that, he was going.
Who was he?
Mr. Govan was saying he was going.
Let me stop you. All right. Did you call him Mr. Govan?
Not call him Quick. I called him Quick. That's what I do.
That was your nickname.
Yeah, Quick.
Would you feel more comfortable calling him Quick?
Yeah, I called him Quick.
Okay.
Quick was saying that he was gonna give a Paper Out Rule mama or whatever, find out what they be about, play up on the huddle, find out where, who and them be is, so we could reach out and touch them, find out what they is.
Was it just he was gonna see where Woo was, or was there other Paper Out artists?
Any one of them, like Woo, anybody in Paper Out, he was gonna make sure that, he could play because the mama liked him, so he was gonna try to play their father figure and, you know, find out where they at and make sure we can reach out and touch them.
So from when you met him in midsummer, the shooting with Paper Route Roof, how far from when you met him to when that shooting was?
I just can't recall, but it wasn't long after I met him though.
It was a couple of days, couple of weeks.
I said a couple of weeks, probably about a month and a half or so. You know, I can't be specific about it. I ain't gonna lie like that.
Were you all looking for specific Paper Route Empire Arts?
Yeah, we were looking for whoever we could find. So, you know, at the time like, we were doing whatever we can. You know what I'm saying?
In regards to the bounty, were there other conversations about the bounty?
Well, after that incident with Paper Route Wood or whatever, and the gun jammed up, like, I think probably the next day, I pulled up over Quick House or whatever, and got some pills. And when I pulled up, it was a truck sitting in front of the house or whatever.
Okay, what kind of truck?
I can't remember. I ain't gonna lie.
Like an SUV truck or F-150 truck?
Like an SUV truck.
Okay.
But I pulled up and I got out, and when he said, he was sitting up there with Juke. And he was like, here go little C right here. Here go C right here. So Juke was like, hold up, man. We ain't doing no talking around these phones, you know, take these phones outside.
Who said that?
Juke. Before he got to talking. He was telling him, like, when you talking around no phone, take the phones outside.
Who was he telling to take the
He
phone?
was telling Quick that.
Okay.
Take the phones outside.
And then Quick take y'all's phones outside?
Yeah, I gave him my phone. He set him outside on the trail or whatever. And came back in and was like, yeah, this little C right here, this was the one that, you know what I'm saying, shot it woo. And
Hold on, you did a whole lot of whoop.
well, you know, basically saying this the one that shot it woo. And this one of the ones that I got the, you know what I'm saying, that I got on the business too. And Juke basically like nodding his head like, y'all gonna get y'all money, y'all handle y'all business, you know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna get y'all money.
What was person you decided to describe as Quick? What was Quick saying?
He was just letting him know that, you know, I was one of the ones that he got on the business that he had to put the work in or whatever.
Okay.
That he hired for the heat.
I'm gonna need you to slow it down. One that hired on the business to do what now?
To make one of these, get a heat, do the heat. Do the heat.
I'd like to pass you a photograph. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yeah, it is Quick and Big Juke.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could have that photograph entered into evidence as the next number you see.
No objection.
This is a picture of two gentlemen with white shirts, t-shirts on that's been described by the witness as Quick and Big Joe. We'll mark this as exhibit.
Your Honor, before we publish it, so we just ask if you have a time frame with this photo as far as authentication goes.
Sure, let me mark it. Mark this as exhibit 4 for this hearing.
Do you know when that photo was taken?
Nah, I don't know nothing about that photo. I don't know when that was taken.
That photo simply identifies the people you described as Quick and Juke.
Yes, ma'am.
Any objection to the permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
We got our list. Say that and it doesn't work. But the individual you described as Juke, is he on the left or right of this photo?
From my eye, he's on the right, the big guy, right on the right.
He's on the right. And the individual on the left, who is that?
That's Quick.
And Juke is the person, do you know his government name?
No, now since I've been locked up, Anthony Mills, since I've been locked up.
And quit, you know it's Hernandez Govan, is
Yeah,
that correct?
Hernandez Govan.
At some point, I'm sure you all exchange phone numbers.
Me and Quick. I
Okay,
never
and
had Juke number.
you never had Juke's number?
No, I never had no contact with Juke, like how to get in touch with Juke.
So any conversation about bounties went through Govan, is that
Yeah,
correct?
Govan the one that did all the talking about that.
Okay, what name was Quit's, saved into your phone?
I had it up on the bro.
Bro? Okay, and how many different phone numbers did you have?
Yeah, 2 different numbers.
But they were both under your phone as bro?
Bro.
All right, so at some point, there was more information given, I guess, about the bounties, is that correct?
Yeah, about the balance, it was coming close to Thanksgiving or whatever.
All right, well, let's back up, let's get back to sometime before it starts to get cool. Go back. Was there another individual that was brought into this? Justin who?
Johnson.
Okay, and how did you meet Justin Johnson?
I met him through Quick as well.
At what point did you meet him through Quick?
Like around the time we did that, they hit on paper out when we went and shot at him. Like that was like my first initial meet with him around that time.
And you said you met him through Quick or Mr. Govan. How did you meet him? Describe it.
When they found out that Wu was at the house or whatever, me and Bobby would call, and he called Justin up too, and we all met up at his house.
And who was he?
Quick House. We all met up at Quick House, and me and Bobby jumped in one vehicle, and Justin and another guy jumped in another vehicle.
But he was putting you all together.
Yeah, Quick put all of us together.
Okay, you didn't know Justin before this day?
No, ma'am.
Never seen him?
Never seen him, never met him. I don't know nothing about him.
All right, so some point we'll get to November, but what was your interaction with Justin over the course from when you met him?
After we did that and the gun jammed over paper out Wu, Justin then went back and told Quick that me and Bobby so-called messed it up or whatever. So, Quick was like, y'all had y'all masks on. Justin them told him we ain't have our masks on. I ain't have my mask.
Govan knew that this was going on and he asked you to have a
He the
mask.
one gave me the gun to go out there.
He asked if you have a mask on.
Right. He asked me that.
Okay.
And he was saying like Justin was telling him that we messed it up or whatever, and that's when Bob was like, he ain't doing nothing with nobody, he ain't getting involved in it or whatever, because Quick believe everything Justin them say, and at that time, we basically telling me like, you were Johnson and you were Justin them, and you know what I'm saying, under the bid, and you want to get this money, since Bobby acting like he acting, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you said.
Since Bobby acting like he acting, he told me to get with Justin and them, since Bobby had pulled out of it.
Oh, Govan told you to get with Justin?
Yeah, Quick told me to get with Justin.
Okay. And what reason was he telling you to get with Justin?
So we go find one of the any artists to get this money, and
so what would Govan gain out of you all getting a bounty or hit on one of the paper route?
He getting a cut out of it. He supposed to got $10,000 for me.
No matter who you hit or if it was.
Young dog, he supposed to got $10,000. I did $100,000. I did $50,000 out again. He was getting $10,000.
So throughout the summer, going into the fall, did you and Justin and Govan ever meet?
Yeah, we'll meet up over Quick House. Like we'll go over Quick House, and that's what we always met up at over Quick House.
And then what was the purpose of meeting there?
Really, like, we'll meet up over Quick House to talk about a lot of things, basically, about a bounty on somebody, finding somebody. Sometimes we'll watch the games over there, We'll be over there about a lot of things, basically.
But for Govan, you wouldn't have met Justin
Nah, I wouldn't have met Justin if it wasn't for Quick.
prior to Mr. Govan telling you about bounties on these PRE individuals or rappers, artists. Were you aware that there were bounties?
No, ma'am. I had no idea about it.
Were you aware of who the PRE artists were?
I knew about Young Dog, but I didn't know about none of these other artists or nothing like that. I had to Google them. Had to actually Google them. Once he told me, I had to really Google them to find out.
So there would be, like throughout the summer, you all will meet and he would talk about the bounty.
Talk about the bounty on them. And first we like, man, I would think myself, it's impossible to get Young Dog, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody can get no Young Dog. But, you know, I was thinking to myself that was impossible. So, you know, I had to Google the other guys to see who they were.
Well, fast forward. Let's get to November. Look, it's the week before Thanksgiving. What was going on there?
He was telling us, you know, they got turkey.
Who's he?
Quick, Govan, quit. I mean, he was telling us that, you know, they had turkey drive. Each artist had a different day where they were doing turkey drive or whatever, and you know, that's our opportunity. We can make some shake.
Okay. When you say make some shake, what's shake?
Like try to catch him and, you know, get the money, do what he don't want.
Were you aware about this turkey drive prior to Govan telling you that?
Nah, cause I don't know nothing about what paper route do, so nah, I probably wasn't.
Did you listen to their music before, or did you?
I listen to Young Dog, but I ain't listen to his artist. I ain't know who his artist was. I listen to Dog though.
So, Govan was telling you about the turkey drive.
Right. He was telling me
And
just.
I'm sorry.
He was telling me just.
Were y'all together when he was telling you?
Right. At his house.
At his house. Did he mention the bounty? Did he mention money?
Well, we had already knew the prices on majority of their heads, basically. On everybody else doing the turkey drive, we had already knew the prices already.
Including dog.
Including dog.
Okay. And let's go to November the 16th of 2021. What were you and Justin doing that day?
Well, he had called me up, came to pick me up. We had went because they had a turkey drive in South Memphis somewhere. And me and him was out, we were riding, trying to get one of the artists that day that was doing the drive down there. And as we was out there, I got out on foot. There was a lot of folks out there standing with guns with her. Justin was in the car. And he called me and told me that he had got a call that Young Dolph was at a gas station up the street from where we was at. So I ran back to the truck and I jumped back in the truck. When we got to the gas station, Dolph was gone. So we rode around for a minute, then he dropped me back off at the house. And I laid down that night and he was like, tomorrow we go back out and see what's up.
So on the 16th, at any point, did you think, okay, maybe we have a shot at getting Dolph?
Yeah, because we knew he was in town. We knew Dolph was in the city then, and we knew that tomorrow we were full-fledged then. We know we anything in shape right now. We gonna get somebody. We gonna strike. Tomorrow is our day. We gonna strike somebody. We gonna get lucky tomorrow.
And at any point, did you all have this conversation with Mr. Govan?
Yeah, we were telling him like we really getting close. We getting fed up with playing. We finna get somebody basically. And he was like, y'all do y'all thing. Handle y'all business.
And in return, you all were supposed to, you expected to be getting money, so.
Right.
Because that's what he promised you.
Right.
So let's, well, let me ask you also, is one of those, Justin, what did he do for a living?
He was a rapper.
At any point, did you all
participate in a music video or anything?
Yeah, I was called by Mr. Govan to be in the video because I don't know Justin like that. So I was in the video, but I didn't want to be in it, so I put a mask on my face.
And when was this video shot?
Like in summertime of 21. I can't tell you the exact date, exact month, nothing like that,
But it was prior to, was that after
it was
the
after,
movie?
it was after the it was after the movie.
But prior to Dog.
Dog, right.
Okay. We have a photograph that is for you. Previously been shown to the defense counsel. Do you recognize the contents of that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that photograph?
This the photograph of us in front of the house where y'all found the car is shooting a rap video.
And who's all in that video?
Justin, I don't know the other two guys. Hernandez Govan, and I'm standing right behind Hernandez Govan with a mask on my face.
Yeah, if we could have that photograph and its evidence as the next number. So this is a photograph with 5 individuals in the picture. Mr. Govan with the cap on. The witness described himself standing behind Govan with a mask on. Individual with a red cap on. Is this Justin Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Justin Johnson in the picture with the baseball cap on, holding a sack of money. We'll mark this as exhibit 5 to this hearing.
Could we just ask when that supposedly was? I think he made
He's
it.
already said he did.
So he doesn't know this one?
Hold on. Let's mark this and then you can ask your question before. You want to ask a question? I ask you again, do you recall when this was taken? Or the video, excuse me, the photograph that you were just looking at, not this one, but the one you just handed to.
That was the video. I don't know what month it was. I don't know like exact time it was, but I know it was sometime. It was after the paper route movie. That's all I can say.
No. Your Honor, who published the picture? Yes. Could you describe for the jury what we're looking at here?
There's the video shoot of us at the house across the street from Quick House, across the street from Hernandez Govan house.
Who is this individual?
I don't know him.
Who is this?
It's Justin Johnson.
Who is this individual?
I don't know who that is.
Who is this?
That's Hernandez Govan.
And who is this individual?
That's me right there.
Why did you have a mask on?
Because I wasn't part of their little crew, and I ain't want to bring no little beef upon myself. He asked me to be quick, and then they go and asked me to be in the video. That's why I'm standing like right behind him, because I ain't know none of them other guys.
All right. So we're gonna, I know I'm doing some time work. But this was summertime. We're gonna go back to November, at this point, November 17th. Right? What was going on that morning? What do you recall about that morning? November 17th, 2021.
It was actually my daughter's birthday. I woke up, I had a missed call from Justin Johnson. So I don't know if I called him back or he called me back, but somehow he got on the phone. We was on the phone, and he was telling me that he was finna pull up on me.
And did you plan to meet him that day?
Yeah, we had been out the day before, on the turkey drive. Well, now that's when they told the dog was at the gas station, but he was gone. So the next day we knew it was another turkey drive. So we were gonna get up that day and try to get to that turkey drive.
So this was this a Wednesday, would you say? If you recall?
I can't recall.
It was November
17th,
17th.
my daughter's birthday.
All right, so how long from when you received a call from Justin to when he came to get you?
He close by, so it was like a couple minutes. He was close by. It wasn't long. He was close by.
And I don't know if I asked you before, but how far from Mr. Govan's house to your house? How was that far?
Nah, it wasn't far. A couple minutes. It wasn't far.
So he wasn't far because he came pretty quickly once
He
came
fast.
Okay. And when he arrived, what type of vehicle was he?
He was in a white Mercedes Benz.
Had you ever seen him in that white Mercedes
Nah, I ain't never seen that car before.
What car would you normally see?
In an SUV, like a white truck or something.
And did you ask him why he had this?
I ain't asked no questions. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't asked no questions. I just jumped on in there because I knew we was on a mission.
At this point, had your mission changed to Dolph knowing that he was in town?
Yeah, anybody. At this point, anybody, like in paper, anybody.
So he picks you up.
He picked me up.
And where did he pick you up from?
He picked me up from my pop's house. Once he picked me up, we went back to right in front of Govan, and then the Govan house.
Okay, and on Bradley Street.
On Bradley Street.
And when you went back to Govan's house on Bradley Street, what did you do then?
He jumped out the car and jumped and grabbed somebody out of his suburban truck.
Could I ask you to identify who the he's are? It's getting very confusing with the hearsay.
I think Ms. Taylor was going to do it. She's been doing a pretty good job at it.
We've got a lot of things and he's, and it's very confusing.
That's why I asked. So the he that jumped out the car, who was the he?
Justin Johnson jumped out the car and he jumped out the white Mercedes Benz and grabbed something out of his SUV that he had parked by across the street from where his house is, right?
Okay. And I didn't ask you, where is this house?
Across the street from Hernandez Govan house, where we'll park it or hang out at. We'll park in front of his house and go to his house, hang out. Go to Hernandez Govan house.
Go to he, all right. You park in front of Govan's house.
We park at their house and to go over Mr. Hernandez Govan house and hang out.
All right. So Justin got out of the car, opened the door or something to the SUV, got something out.
Right.
Did he get back in?
Yes, ma'am. He got back in and we took off.
Okay, do you know what he got out of the car?
No, ma'am. I can't remember.
All right. You previously mentioned that you all were kind of on a hunt.
Right.
When you go hunting, you have guns.
Right.
Did you have a gun?
Justin Johnson already had the guns in the car. Prior to me getting in, they was already in the car.
Did you all have masks?
Yes, ma'am. I had my own mask, my own gloves, and Justin Johnson had his own mask and gloves.
At some point, did you put these masks and gloves on?
Yes, ma'am. We once Justin grabbed something out of the white SUV, we proceeded on heading towards Westwood area. And as we got to Lamar Airways at the light, young dog come driving by. They come driving across the light. And we spotted the car. We were like, there they go. And we proceeded to trail them.
Trail.
The young dog.
And what did you do then? Oh, let me ask you, did you make any phone calls?
I didn't make any phone calls at the time. I didn't.
Did Justin make any phone calls once you all spotted that dog?
No, ma'am. I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Spot dog, what did you all do then?
We proceeded to follow them. We followed them. They pulled inside the cookie store. We made the block. And when we made the loop, jumped out. I spotted Dolph inside the store at first. I jumped out, just proceeded to shoot inside the restaurant.
I'd like to show you what has previously been marked as exhibit number 3. Technical delay, but it's fine. What are we looking at here?
It's the Makita's Cookie Show shop where Young Dolph and them pull it in.
Is that the vehicle that you saw previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you all?
By the time we had already, like, we was at the light. We had went down to the light to make the block.
You gesturing this way, so you're the light coming this way?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see when he got out, when Dolph got out of the car?
No, ma'am.
You see a vehicle coming to the frame. What are we looking at here?
That's the white Mercedes Benz we was in.
And were you the passenger or were you the driver?
I was the passenger.
This individual.
That's me. That's me.
And is this the gun that Justin had already in the car when he got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, it's while we're waiting on that, you see another individual that came to the frame. Who was that individual?
That came into the frame.
That was on the video. We saw you get out. Get done. Who else was get out of the car?
Oh, they were just a jump.
What were you all planning to do?
Well, once we saw Young Dolph, we planned to go and kill him. Go and take him out.
So how far from when you saw Dolph on, was it Airways?
Yes, ma'am.
How far from when you saw, how long did it take from once you sawed off on Airways to once you actually got out the car and started shooting?
Couple minutes. It wasn't even a good 10 minutes. It wasn't 5. It probably about 5 at the most. Red lights.
Okay. We'll go back to the videos once technical gets it. Maybe. So in the 5 minutes or so from when you all spotted dog speed to when you all started shooting, what did you and Justin say to each other?
We didn't say nothing. It was just like, once we saw him, we didn't say nothing. We knew it was go time. I knew it was go time. Like, might as well go on get it over with now. That's why I jumped out.
Did you have a phone on you on that day?
Yes, man. I had put my phone in the glove compartment of the car.
Why'd you do that?
So I wouldn't drop it when I jumped out the car or nothing like that.
So did you put it in the glove compartment when you first got in the car or after you saw the dog?
When I first got in the car, I put it in the glove compartment.
Let me ask you, the location that you all were at, that you shot that dog, was that location here in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
You get that?
You guys working again with?
Yes, sir.
This individual?
It's me.
Okay. Like. That you all pulling off in the white Jeep.
Yes, ma'am.
So you see someone in the frame in the shot coming out and shooting as well.
Yes, ma'am. He had shot back at us. I actually got hit twice.
And where did you get hit?
Got hit in my arm. On my leg.
Did Justin sustain any injuries?
He got scraped on his back.
All right. After you leave there, pull up. We have another video I'd like to show you previously been marked as part of Exhibit 3. The videos are working with us today.
Is this the cookie shop that you referred to?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you see who was inside of the cookie store from once you got out of the car?
Oh, once we pulled in, that's when I saw him dog like close to the glass, like he gonna bag up. That's when I saw where he was at, like location in the store, where his location was inside the store.
Was this the person to which you're referring?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that you?
Yes, man, that was me that ran up, shooting inside the store.
After the shooting happened, you're shot. You show the jury where you're shot at.
Yeah, hit in my arm, right here. Now it hit in my leg, right here, straight in my
We're
leg.
not gonna ask you to show it.
Yeah.
What did you all do once you were here?
Once we left the cookie shop, I was telling Justin I was hit. He like, I'm hit too. He was driving, Justin was driving at the time, so I was asking him, is he okay, so we won't crash or anything, run into nothing. We went back to the house in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan house, and I jumped out the Mercedes Benz and jumped into a Suburban truck and moved on out the way. Mr. Justin,
Let me stop you for a minute. When you all were planning to get hits on any of the PRA artists, and then even once you saw Dolph, did you have a plan as to what you were gonna do after?
not necessarily. We was going back because we didn't know we were gonna get shot. Ain't nobody know we were gonna get shot.
You didn't plan on getting shot.
No, ma'am. That wasn't part of the plan.
Had you not got shot, was there a plan in place?
We probably would have just took the car back, jumped in another car, went and burnt the car up, something like that. But we both got shot or whatever, and I was bleeding tremendously bad. We took the car back in front of Mr. Hernandez Govan, across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house. We jumped in the truck. We were trying to get cleaned up, so we were trying to find somewhere for us to go.
Who's he?
Justin was trying to find somewhere for us to go. And in the meantime, he had FaceTime Big Juke, let him know that, they were like, I work.
Y'all want your money then, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask, did he promise to give you your money that day?
He told us he'd get with us when he got done with his kids or whatever, when he got up, one or the other.
But you didn't have Juke's number?
No, ma'am.
So he couldn't get with you directly?
No, ma'am, he couldn't get with me directly.
So how would he have been able to get with you?
I would have had to go through Mr. Hernandez Govan or Justin John.
All right, so no plan as to what y'all were gonna do after whoever y'all hit that day. You happen to hit Dolph.
Yes, ma'am.
Hit Dolph. You go back where? You go to the.
We go across the street from Mr. Hernandez Govan house. We swap vehicles, and now that's when I had went too fast. That's when Justin was trying to find somewhere for us to go, but he had FaceTime Juke first, and then let him know he was spelling out Dolph, and then
when you said he was spelling out Dolph,
like
was he going
jailhouse, D, jailhouse spit.
In American Sign Language he was doing Dolph?
Nah, it's different. It's different.
Okay, some more.
He tell them that they was out of work basically pretty much, and he like he give with us when we get up, and then trying to find somewhere for us to go so we could clean up or whatever because I was bleeding extremely bad, like I was really bleeding, and He had found somewhere for us to go, and that was in Tulane Apartments. Like, we went there to clean up or whatnot, and we had called Mr. Hernandez Govan because I had left my phone in the car too, and he was like, man, y'all, like, you know, y'all saw in the video, dude came and got shoot, so the glass was shattered. So when we got out, when I got out the car in front of the house, the glass had shattered on the floor. So he was like, man, yeah, I got shit everywhere, basically. You know what I'm saying? I got all these.
But hold on, Govan was saying it
to us. Yeah, we had the glass and shit on in the street.
So he knew it, y'all.
Yeah, he knew it was us. He knew it was us. So I was like, man, get my phone out the car. I like, get my phone. I left my phone in the car too. Get my phone out the car. He like, all right, meet me where I get my car wash shit. So I like, all right, bet. Say no more. So we had cleaned up in Whitehaven. Once we cleaned up in Whitehaven, I had called my girl.
Hold on. You called your girl, but the apartments, you said they were Tulane. Are they known by any other name?
Yo, I know them by Tulane.
Okay, it's been Tulane apartments.
Yeah, Tulane.
Where were they
at? In Whitehaven, off Sherwood Drive, in Tulane Street.
You previously looked at videos. We are, fingers crossed, the videos are gonna work this time. You previously looked at videos regarding, it would be the Gospel Garden Apartments. Would that be correct?
I guess the name, but I don't just know the name. I remember about Tulane.
Okay, but it's video of you arriving.
Yes, ma'am.
And video of you leaving.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if I could pass forward. What do you call it?
Oh, it's the clip that you had shot when the video was leaving the park.
And how do you know that that's the clip?
Because I had initiative at my watch.
All right. Your Honor, if we could have that in its evidence as the next number.
This is a brown envelope which contains a zip drive. The envelope is marked video clips from Haven Court arriving and leaving. We'll mark this as exhibit 6.
And I'm gonna ask for permission to publish with fingers crossed. It actually publishes. Is this where you all went to?
Yes, ma'am.
And I say you all, I mean you and Justin.
Me and Justin, yes, ma'am.
Who are we seeing here?
It's me and Justin getting at the truck. That was me on the driver's side, my shirt up because I've been shot and trying to hold it.
Once you're inside, what do you all do?
He had called somebody.
Who's he?
Justin had called somebody to bring a wound kit or whatever.
A wound
kit from Walgreens. So I could clean up. We both could clean up or whatnot. Like I said, I had called my girl to come get me.
Who's your girl?
I had called my girl to come get me, and we also contacted Mr. Hernandez Govan, and I was telling him to get my phone and my car, and that's when he was telling me.
Out
their car, yeah.
The white
Mercedes. And that's when he was telling me to meet him where he get a car wash.
And where did he get home to get his car wash?
Pressure wear.
And how did you know that's where he gets his car wash?
Because I had been up there with him before getting a car wash.
You leave their apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you leave?
My girl kind of picked me up.
And your girl? Does the girl have a name?
Miss Angela kind of picked me up.
You previously been shot this video, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at here?
Oh, that's me and Justin walking out. He getting in the white SUV, and I'm walking to Miss Angela's truck. Getting.
Can you call your girl, Miss Angela?
Nah.
What did you call her?
Oh, baby.
Okay. Got any baby trouble? Have y'all left at this point?
No, ma'am.
Why hadn't you left?
I was actually waiting on Justin to pull out, so we pull out at the same time.
Is that?
Just Justin walking up to the truck with me and Angela was in. I was waiting on him. I told her not to pull off until he pulled off.
Why didn't you want to pull off before you pulled?
There's no way y'all just going on break every 2 seconds. Come on. I find it real funny after that lady came on in and testified that no money passed to her. Dynamics of the courts changed. Like Cornelius Smith, a motherfucking liar. Cornbread is a liar.
Love slots? The DraftKings Casino app's got it. They got tons of slots to choose from, like Cash Eruption, Cleopatra, plus new ones exclusive to DraftKings. All these options, I feel like a slot machine. Winner, winner, early.
Like right now. Right now, Justin Johnson in the hot seat. Yes, boy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's in a hot seat. And I want to know why the cops. I want to know why Memphis don't have the video of the autos on. Why they don't have the video of just certain things that they said Govan was at. I guess because Do Manny Aurora. But they really want to go get that 80-year-old lady that probably got amnesia. She said Govan ain't give me, street drop. Cornelius Smith ain't give me nothing. She said, Cornelius Smith, you should take out my trash. What's Cornelius Smith is to take out my trash and charge me. Cornelius Smith, you was a real smoker. You was a real smoker, Cornelius. He really brought an 86-year-old lady. She said cornbread. She said cornbread ain't give me nothing. It's like the court sitting there watching our trial. Get up in here, y'all. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, why is we still on trial? We are half an hour late after trial. Govan not guilty. Like, how long is they gonna keep this out of federal? Because like Lil Durk, it's like Lil Durk was getting stronger. Lil Durk was getting more money. Like they let Gotti allegedly get that 100 million. So if it's an indictment coming for Gotti, I don't know. They have to freeze asset, all type of stuff. Like for real. I just feel as though that judge scared that the lawyer is bringing out all that information like that. Like I told y'all yesterday, Govan did a good job sticking with Manny Aurora. Then he said if Govan beat this case, he gonna last a month on the streets. His first month on the streets. Dang. That'll be different. Do y'all think Govan gotta defend his motherfucking self? Guess y'all gonna come back on tonight. Oh, y'all serious? Like this shit played the fuck out now. That shit really played the fuck out, man. Like, what's up?
Architecture and interior design? Find a 3D designer today. Fiverr, start now.
What's going on? Like, I'm just sitting here reading the comments, and it's just like, damn. These comments disrespectful. They gonna try to cut it off early. Like, I already peeped. This dumbass fucking court. Memphis, y'all courts is some trash. Your fucking court system trash as shit. Wonder why y'all got all them fucking inmates in the jail and ain't going to fucking court. How y'all got all them fucking inmates in y'all jail that been there 10 years, 15 years, ain't never get in the courtroom? Like, y'all system is fucking garbage. Y'all gotta stay out of trouble down there in Memphis, man. That fucking system is garbage. So that's crazy. They gotta be back there trying to work something out. They protecting CMG like a motherfucker. Allegedly.
So if you are going to have difficulty sitting, you need to leave now. The doors will be locked. There will be no coming and going during this time. Once I finish this and they begin opening statements, then you're free to move about. Hopefully you won't be doing much movement, but the doors won't be locked at that point. So if you have any issues sitting, this is now the time to excuse yourself. Thank you. You ready?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Murphy, you can lock the door.
Somebody went to the restroom. I just heard her. Everybody was ready. That one person ran to the restroom.
Always one person. Yeah, tell them to come on in now. Yes.
Jury's now in the courtroom. Just like to eat that.
You guys had a big lunch. Y'all stay awake. Are there any family or anybody over here, as far as you know, out there off market? Okay. Those of you who just joined us in the audience, I am preparing to read the jury charge. It's lengthy. It's going to take me about 15 minutes or so to read it. If you're going to have difficulty sitting still during this time, I ask you to excuse yourself now. You're welcome to come back in once the lawyers start their closing arguments. But there will be no movement during this time while we read the instructions to the jury. The doors will be locked. There won't be any in and out. So this is the next part of this. This is my instructions to you. The law requires that I read this to you. I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence. I believe everybody can read, but the law does require that you hear it and hear it all at the same time. So I must read it all to you. Okay? State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan. Members of the jury, the evidence in the case has been completed and it is now my duty to instruct you as to the law. After I instruct you as to the law, The state and the defense may present their closing arguments. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. Ladies and gentlemen, the copy that you have there is for your use, so feel free to mark it up as you please. Duties of the court and jury. The law makes it the duty of the court to charge the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and the duty of the jury to carefully consider all of the evidence delivered to them in the trial and under the law given them by the court, render their verdicts with absolute impartiality. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdicts. You must render your verdicts with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. Formal charge, not evidence. The indictment in this case is a formal written accusation charging the defendant with the crimes. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. Statements and rulings of the court. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks which I have made, do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdicts should be. Arguments of counsel. Statements, arguments, and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statement were made by the attorneys in this trial at any time that you believe not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. Along these lines, the opening and closing arguments of the attorneys are likewise not evidence. You must base your decision in this case on the evidence that was actually presented in this court, not on the statements of attorneys. Furthermore, the questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is true. Jury, judges of facts and law. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding the case. You should consider all of the evidence in light of your own observations and experiences in life. Presumption of innocence. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charges against him. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial and is not overcome unless all of the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crime charged and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let their mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element necessary to constitute the offense. Crimes charged and pleaded. The first count of the indictment charges the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense is the lesser included offenses of facilitation to wit conspiracy to commit first degree murder, solicitation to wit conspiracy to commit first degree murder, after the fact to wit conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The second count of the indictment charges the offense. The second count of the indictment charges the offense of first degree murder. Embraced and included within this offense are the lesser included offenses of second degree murder, facilitation to wit first degree murder, solicitation to wit first degree murder, facilitation to wit second degree murder,
He gonna get.
solicitation to wit second
He
degree
gonna
murder,
get a lot of those.
aggravated assault, facilitation to wit aggravated assault,
Aggie.
solicitation to wit aggravated assault,
Yeah.
accessory after the fact to wit first degree murder,
Yeah.
assault.
That's his charges.
The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 1 in this indictment.
That's gonna be his charges.
Conspiracy to commit first degree murder. Any person who conspires to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant entered into an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first degree murder. It is not necessary that the object of the agreement be attained, and that each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the offense of first degree murder, and that each party agreed that one or more of them would engage in conduct which constitutes the offense of
It's like
first
she
degree
giving
murder,
him his charges.
and that one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Yep.
An overt act is an act done by one of the parties to carry out the intent of the conspiracy, and it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy.
Great job.
Intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Conspiracy is a continuing course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed or the agreement that they be completed is abandoned by the person and by those with whom the person conspired.
So why
The objectives of the
them other
conspiracy
niggas got
include,
it?
but are not limited to, escape from the offense, distribution of the proceeds of the offense, and measures other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice in relation to it. Abandonment conspiracy is presumed if neither the person nor anyone with whom the person conspired does any overt act period of limitation. If an individual abandons the agreement, the conspiracy is terminated as to that person only if and when the person advises those with whom the person conspired of the abandonment, or the person informs law enforcement authorities of the existence of a conspiracy and of the person's participation therein.
Wow.
Facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence intended to commit the specific felony of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Conspiracy to commit first degree murder has been defined on pages 4 and 5 for you. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of a person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably sufficient to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of solicitation, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, with the intent that the offense of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death. Means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death.
Million search with AI. See what it says about your brand and why. With AI by SEMrush Enterprise. Track AI visibility.
Trial means that a person acts when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The court will now explain to you the law applicable to count 2 in the indictment. First-degree murder. A person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intention to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be if the decision is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Adolph Thornton Jr., and that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Facilitation to degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of first-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. First-degree murder is previously defined on page 10. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit second-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of second-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of second-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Second-degree murder is previously defined on page 11. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit first-degree murder. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit first-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of first-degree murder with the intent that the offense of first-degree murder be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Solicitation to wit, second-degree murder. A person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit, second-degree murder, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements.
I believe
That the
that's what we're
defendant, by
going to get.
means of oral,
Second
written,
degree murder.
electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of second-degree murder with the intent that the offense of second-degree murder be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another, and that the act resulted in death of another. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to the results of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Facilitation to wit, aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation to wit, aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements.
Yeah, you got a jacket,
That
baby.
the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated assault, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of first-degree murder, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Aggravated assault has been previously defined on page 15. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it's shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Solicitation to wit, aggravated assault. Any person who solicits or attempts to solicit another to commit an offense is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of solicitation to wit, aggravated assault, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant, by means of oral, written, electronic communication, directly or through another, intentionally commanded, requested, hired another to commit the offense of aggravated assault with the intent that the offense of aggravated assault be committed. Intentionally, intent means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. Accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of accessory after the fact is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knew or had reasonable grounds to believe that Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith committed first-degree murder, a felony, that the defendant acted with the intent to hinder the arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment of Justin and Cornelia, and that the defendant provided or aided in providing Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith with any means of avoiding arrest, trial, conviction, or punishment. Knowing means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intent means a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Assault. Any person who commits an assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant caused bodily injury to another, and that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally means that the person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to the circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all of the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to each and every offense charged and included in the indictment.
Closing arguments. Let's go.
Direct and circumstantial evidence. One type of evidence is called direct evidence, and the other type is called circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testify about what they themselves saw or heard or otherwise sensed, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which gives you clues about what happens in an indirect way. It consists of all of the evidence which is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. The defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. The defendant is criminally responsible as a party to the offense of first-degree murder if the offense was committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is
Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm a former workers' compensation judge, and I used to represent insurance companies. Now I represent you.
for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. To find a defendant criminally responsible for the act of another, it is not necessary that you find the defendant was present or that the defendant took a physical part in the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Before you find the defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for the said offense committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential and said offense have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Accomplice. The prosecution has presented a witness who claims to have been a participant with the defendant in the crime charged. While you may convict upon this testimony alone, you should act upon it with great caution. Give it careful examination in light of other evidence in the case. You are not to convict upon this testimony alone unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it is true. Credibility of witnesses. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. You should consider all of the evidence presented in this case by the state and by the defendant and give it a full, fair, and impartial consideration. Part of your responsibility is to determine what the facts are based on what you heard from the witnesses. If there are conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, it is your duty to reconcile them, if you can. For the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. But when you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important his or her testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In forming your opinion as witnesses, which witness you believe, you may consider the following factors: how the witness looked, acted, and whether the witness appeared to you to be telling the truth when he or she testified. What was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Whether the witness was in a position to know about the matter to which he or she testified. In other words, how well could the witness see or hear what he or she testified he or she saw or heard? Whether the witness's statements were consistent and how believable the statements were. Whether the witness had a motive to testify truthfully or to testify untruthfully. And any proof presented of the witness's reputation for telling the truth. All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the evidence in the case? Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness has made material statements at some point before he or she testified, which are different from his or her testimony at trial. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, proof of any prior different statement may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining if the witness told the truth at trial. The contents prior inconsistent statement are not to be considered as proof in the trial. Another factor for you to consider in evaluating a witness's testimony is whether the witness's testimony during cross-examination appeared to be contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable. However, immaterial or minor discrepancies or differences should not affect the believability of a witness unless it should plainly appear that the witness has willfully testified falsely. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Juliet Scantleberry, who was described as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You also heard the expert testimony of Lieutenant Michael Coburn, who was described as an expert in the field of crime scene analysis. rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact in issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimony. In giving her opinion, Dr. Scantlebury testified that she took into consideration certain statements made by other persons. Because the statements were made outside the courtroom, they may be used by you only for evaluating the expert witness's opinion testimony and cannot be relied upon as proof of the truth of the matter asserted statements. Merely because an expert witness expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept that opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe the testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Defendant not testifying. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Stipulations. A stipulation is an agreement between the parties. Matters of fact are true. They are bound by these agreements, and in your considerations of the evidence, you are to treat these facts as proved. The parties have entered into 3 different stipulations.
We lost our voice. It's good.
The first stipulation was entered as Exhibit 17. The parties have agreed that the phone number 901-859-1460 belonged to Hernandez Govan. The second stipulation was entered as Exhibit number 24. The parties have agreed that phone number 901-618-3848 belonged to Hernandez Govan. The third stipulation was entered as Collective Exhibit number 33. The parties have agreed to enter into evidence certain sound bites played and testified to by witnesses Angela Arnold, Cornelia Smith, and Detective Jesse Brown. Jury deliberation and unanimous verdict. The verdicts must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict is unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effects of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. If you have been taking notes in this case, these notes are for your individual use only, and you should not use your notes directly or indirectly explicitly or implicitly, to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of your notes. They should not be shown to others, nor compared, nor referred to in any way as authority, but should be used privately only by you as an aid to your individual memory. These are my instructions to you. You're now ready for closing arguments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So earlier this week, you heard me talk about choices. And I warned you. The name that you needed to focus on and the name that you needed to remember is Hernandez Govan. But most importantly, I told you you needed to focus on the consequences of his choices. Hernandez Govan and the consequences of his choices. And the consequences. What were those consequences? Violence, death, and loss. And not just the violent death of a famous music artist, but the violent death of a human being, a person, someone whose life was marked with artistry, community, entrepreneurship. Let's take one last look at how that life ended.
Why y'all zoom in on Govan? Keep breathing hard. His face expression. His face expression told it all. His face expression told it all.
life, ladies and gentlemen. But before I get into how much we've heard this week and what exactly we've heard this week, let's talk about the law. And let's talk about what the judge instructed you. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. That's the first count. In order for there to be a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, there has to be four things. There has to be an agreement with one or more people to commit the offense of first-degree murder. There has to be, or number two, each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. 3, each party acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense of the first-degree murder agreed that one or more of them would engage in the conduct which constitutes the first-degree murder. And 4, one of the parties to the conspiracy committed an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. The two important things about this charge is an agreement and an overt act. And in the jury instructions, you heard that an overt act is done by one or more of the parties in order to carry out the intent of the conspiracy. And it must be a step toward the execution of the conspiracy. In first-degree murder cases, often enough, the overt act is the murder. Count number 2, first-degree murder. A definition of first-degree murder is the premeditated killing of another. Number 1, someone unlawfully killed the victim. 2, they acted intentionally. And 3, the killing was premeditated. You heard in the jury instruction that in order for there to be intent, there has to be a conscious objective or a desire. You also heard about criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility, that basically means that you don't have to be the person that pulls the trigger in order to be responsible for the first-degree murder. The jury instructions say that criminal responsibility is when someone acts with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit from the proceeds or results of the offense. The defendant acts, solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Further, they don't have to be present when the offense is taking place.
They already agreed.
Encouragement of the offense is enough.
Straight job said it too.
So let's talk about what we heard this week. We heard first from Erica Thornton. She told you that she is the victim's sister. They were close. And the last time that she saw him was on FaceTime. The next thing that she hears that her brother was taken from her. She told you about the person that she knew, the brother that she had, and the life that was lost. A life, ladies and gentlemen. We also heard from Raul Hopkins. He told you that he had been employed with Mr. Thornton for years as a security. He explained to you the tension between PRE and CMG. And he explained to you that CMG wanted Thornton to sign with them, but he didn't. And because of that, there's been tension. He talked about diss tracks. He talked about various acts of violence committed on Thornton. And he told you about CMG and their connections. Well, as you heard from the testimony this week, Hernandez Govan is affiliated with CMG. He has connections within CMG. He, or CMG, was in direct conflict with Thornton and the life and the legacy that he built. Govan had an in with CMG. Govan had a direct conflict with the life and the legacy that Thornton built. And then you heard from Cornelius Smith. And that's where it got interesting. He told you that he met Govan in 2021 through a friend named Bobby Carter.
relationship started out as transactional. Cornelia Smith had a pill problem. Govan provided the pills. But then one day, Govan asks him if he wants to make some money. Smith told you that, of course, he has a drug problem. He has 5 kids. He needed money. So, of course, he wants to make money. And he tells you about several discussions between Govan, himself, Justin Johnson, and Jook. He tells you that at one of those meetings, Govan told him that there were multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Mr. Thornton, but also Paper Route Wood. He told you that on one night, he was given guns by Govan. He was given guns by Govan to attempt a hit on Paper Route Wood. He told you that the multiple bounties, out of the multiple bounties on PRE artists, Thornton's was the highest. Thornton's was $100,000. So of course he jumped on the opportunity. And Smith told on himself. He told you everything. He told you chapter and verse, who was in the room and what was said. And if you're thinking about a conspiracy, who would you want to hear from the most? A co-conspirator. Someone that is in the room, someone who can tell you what happened, what was agreed to, what went on. So after he found out about what this bounty was, he talked about November. He talked about how him and Justin knew about a turkey drive that PRE hosts every November. He told you that there were a few days where they went hunting. They knew that there was going to be multiple days where the turkey drives were happening. On the 16th, him and Justin Johnson went out hunting.
Too many niggas
Wasn't
there.
successful. On the 17th,
They caught up with
he
them.
told you that Justin picked him up from his father's house. He told you that when he picked him up from his father's house, Smith and Johnson
Ran
went
across
hunting again. And when they were at the intersection of Lamar and Airways, they saw Dolph's car drive past. Earlier this week, I told you that most Memphians know Adolph Thornton's car when they see it. And Cornelia Smith told you the same. They knew it when he drove past. So they followed the car. They followed the car all the way to Makita's, and at Makita's, they pulled around, parked the white Mercedes that they were in, got out, gunned down Adolph Thornton, and killed him. They got back in the white Mercedes, and they left, but not before Marcus Thornton shot Cornelia Smith. Smith also told you that they ditched the car. He told you that they ditched the car on Bradley Street, across the street from the defendant's home. He told you that once they left the car there, they went to Two-Lane Apartments. At Two-Lane Apartments, that's where they switched clothes, that's where they had their wound kits, and that's where Cornelius realized that he left his phone. He left his phone and he needed a ride. So he used his co-conspirator's phone, Justin Johnson, to contact his girlfriend to pick him up. And you heard that from Angela Arnold too. She told you that she got some communication from a phone number that she did not recognize. A phone number that was not her boyfriend's. It was not Cornelius's. He told her to pick her up, and she did. When she picked him up, he got inside the car. He told her that he had been hit. He told her what happened. And he told her that they killed Dolph. You also heard from Angela that he had previously told her that there was a hit on PRE artists, but she didn't believe him. but he told her. He told her that there was a bounty. And when she picked him up that day, she learned that they had killed Govan. They both testified that after they left the two-lane apartments, they went to a gas station for Cornelius to buy some cigarettes. And after they left that gas station, they met up with Govan. They met up at the Pressure World. And at the Pressure World, Cornelius said that he got his phone back and he got out the car. Well, first he got out the car. Then he went and talked to Govan, who was already outside the car. And he got his phone back and got back inside of Angela Arnold's car. Angela Arnold also testified that the same thing happened. She's never been to Pressure World before. She's driven past, but on this particular day, she pulled in. Cornelius got outside the car. Govan was waiting for him, and they went to the back and they talked. She didn't hear anything, but she saw the defendant there. And she knew that Cornelius had to get his phone. But then, Angela tells us, and she confirms what Cornelius already told you, that they had to get a car cover. She didn't know who the order came from, but she knew that they had to get she knew that they had to get a car cover. And Cornelius testified that he got the cash from Govan to get a car cover. So that's where they went. They got the car cover. But if you remember, Angela Arnold told us that there was some point where she dropped Cornelius off on Bradley Street for him to wipe down the car. She made a loop, she came back and she picked him up.
Right.
Cornelius told you the same thing.
Right.
He told you that he wiped down the car. One piece of information given by two different people saying the same thing. And then, if we're going back to what Cornelius told you, he told you that shortly before he was arrested, he ran into Hernandez Govan in the street. They parked their cars, they talked. Govan was worried that Smith didn't get any money. He told Smith,
That part right there sounds funny.
I'm gonna make sure you get your money. Well, of course he wanted to make sure that Cornelius got his money because he had previously asked for a $10,000 cut. He wanted his money too.
Facts. But he probably
Angela
already
Arnold
got
told
it.
you the same thing. She told you that Cornelius told her about this meeting in the street. She told you that Govan told Cornelius that he was going to go get his money. Cornelius told you that on the day that he was arrested, he was buying cake and ice cream for his daughter on her birthday. He told you how he got arrested. And Angela Arnold told you the same thing. One story, two people who told you the same thing. And we also heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was the case officer. He testified that he and other officers found the white Mercedes in the back of 1174 Bradley, directly across the street from the defendant's home.
Why would they park their car in front of his door?
He told you, or he described the description of the car.
¿Ha tenido un accidente? Comuníquese con las oficinas legales de Brandon J. Rogers.
He went back to August 13th. He told you about an attempted shooting or attempted murder on someone named Paper Route Wood. And remember, Cornelius already told him that Govan told that there are multiple bounties on PRE artists, including Paper Route Wood, also known as Terrence Baker. On this date, 911 dispatch received multiple calls about shots being fired in the area of 3645 Allendale Road. This is the shooting that Cornelius was talking about. The shooting that happened because of the guns that Govan provided. And on this day, there were multiple calls from Hernandez Govan to Justin Johnson, another one of the conspirators. 12 calls or 12 communications between Hernandez Govan and Justin Johnson on the day of Paper Route Woo shooting.
That's prior before Dolph killing.
8 calls or 8 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith on the date of this Paper Route Woo shooting. 4 calls between Hernandez Govan and Anthony Mims, otherwise known as Big Joke, the number 2 person at CNG, on the day of the Paper Route Woo shooting.
Number 2 and CNG.
And then we get to November. We're going to talk about the conspirator communications. Defense will have you believe that there was no communication between Hernandez Govan and the rest of the conspirators. Sergeant Browning testified that on November 2nd, 2021, there were 7 communications between Justin Johnson and the number for Hernandez Govan. On November 3rd, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 20 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, 7 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. On November 5th, 1 communication between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan. 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. And as we get closer to the murder, November 6th, 4 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 12th, 5 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. November 15th, 2 days before the homicide, 2 communications between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan. You heard it from defense that there was hardly any communication between Hernandez Govan and the conspirators immediately prior to the murder. But you see here that there was communication. November 17th, the day of the homicide. On this day, 17 communications between Hernandez Govan and Cornelius Smith, the person he chose to do a job.
Yep.
On November 17th, the day of the homicide, 15 communications between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan, the person Govan chose to do this job. And 3 communications from another number of Hernandez Govan, ending in 1460. Another thing about these call records is that it confirmed a lot of what Cornelius Smith told us. Cornelius Smith told us that he left his phone in the car on the day of the homicide. Well, the call records show that there are no outgoing communications from 12:04 hours to 14:36 hours, which would coincide with Cornelius Smith not having access to his phone during that time because he left it in the white Mercedes. These are surveillance footage that we've previously seen. Cornelius Smith told you chapter and verse that it was him and Justin Johnson that did this. He told you they entered into an agreement. He told you that the reason they entered into the agreement was because of the $100,000 balance.
I guess line of Sam J.
These records show that Cornelius didn't have his phone. He told you that he needed Justin Johnson's phone to contact Angela. And he said that he used Justin Johnson's phone, as indicated by the records. This shows that an outgoing communication from Justin Johnson's phone to Angela Arnold's phone, given the address of the 2-lane apartments. And then he told you that he needed to get his phone back. Well, whose phone did he use? There's an outgoing communication from Angela Arnold's phone saying, send me Brun number so I can get my phone to Justin Johnson. And then
he gets his phone.
They asked for Quez's number. And shortly after these text messages were sent, Angela Arnold and Cornelius Smith met Govan at the Pressure World.
For the phone.
They told you that they went to AutoZone for a car cover. Well, the phone extraction said the same thing. There was a receipt from around that time from AutoZone, or at least it looked like it was from AutoZone.
You gotta zoom out.
Further, Cornelius told you that he wanted his money. He needed his money. And that communication with Judge wasn't really a thing. He would use Govan as the go-between person to contact Judge. But he still needed his money. So he found a way to message Judge, and he told Judge, "What's up, big bro? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan's little homie you met before. I've been trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." Govan's homie. Govan's chosen person for the job.
The second one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we went from this person, this life, to this. You heard from Dr. Sandleberry. 20 gunshot entrance wounds to Adolph Gordon's body. We went slide by slide, picture by picture, documenting the injuries that Adolph Gordon received on the day of the homicide. She told you about the manner of death, the cause of death. She went through his injuries, the remote bullets. She told you about the wound on his face. We went from this to this. The defense will try to tell you that the police officers didn't do a good job, that the investigation wasn't complete. But yet, they put on an officer as their witness. It seems as if the investigation isn't good if it doesn't cater to Hernandez Govan. It seems as if the investigation isn't complete when it doesn't benefit the defense. You heard from Sergeant Browning that this was a 2-part investigation and that he came and he started to get involved when Angela Arnold talked to Officer Hernandez Govan's involvement. Her interview was December 17, 2021, a month after the murder. It was a month in before they even realized that Hernandez Govan was involved. You also heard that Justin had access to Judge, and that Justin was communicating with other people and he was doing his own thing. But that doesn't take away from this conspiracy. That doesn't mean that this didn't happen. That doesn't mean that Govan is not involved. Govan already had Jip's contact information. He already had Justin Johnson's contact information. He already had Cornelius Smith's contact information. And if you look at the text messages that the defense entered into evidence, you see that there is communication with people that Hernandez Govan also communicates with, like Joshua Taylor. Defense will also tell you that the investigation wasn't complete because there were other people involved that weren't charged. Well, we heard from Browning that this investigation is ongoing. By definition, a conspiracy is an ongoing crime that is continuous in nature. And sometimes you just don't have all you need to charge people. Sometimes people die. You can't indict people that aren't here anymore. And if all that isn't enough, you heard from someone that was in the room when it happened. You heard Cornelius Smith. You saw the videos. You heard the testimony of Angela Arnold and Sergeant Browning that support what he's telling you. Defense introduced a video of Cornelius Smith on December 9th, 2021, the day that he got arrested. He told you himself he was a pillhead. He was high. And you saw that in the video. Even Angela Arnold told you that the day that he got arrested, when she was with him, he had taken some pain medication. And ladies and gentlemen, remember the call records. These communications don't lie. They coincided with dates of importance. The week of the turkey drive, August 13th, the shooting on Paper Route Woo. They don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into the law one more time. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant entered into an agreement. What is the agreement? What is the agreement? The agreement is if you kill Dolph, you get $100,000. You need one or more people to be a participant in that agreement. You heard from one of them, Cornelius Smith. We know there's Justin Johnson, and there's Hernandez Govan. There is an agreement. And what also do you need? You need an overt act. Earlier I told you that an overt act in the murder case is often the murder. Well, you saw videos of that. You heard the defendant, you heard the shooter, Cornelius Smith, testify that he killed Adolph Thornton Jr. For first-degree murder, it has to be a premeditated killing of another. When we talk about premeditation, we know that there's no timeline on premeditation. It could be months, it could be weeks, it could be days, it could be a few minutes. All you have to do is have time to reflect. All you have to do is have time to think about what you're doing. Well, they had plenty of time. Cornelius said that they talked about this well before this murder. And we saw that the hit on Paper Route Woo was on August 13th. There was plenty of time to think and reflect about this murder. And as you saw from the video, it happened. For criminal responsibility, all you have to do is you have to have an act with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or the results of the offense.
That's what he did for that paper.
Smith told you Govan wanted his cut.
$10,000.
He wanted $10,000 from Justin Johnson's cut and from Cornelia Smith's cut. That sounds like proceeds.
Yeah.
Further, you don't have to be there when the trigger is pulled. You saw the video, you know that Hernandez Govan wasn't there, but that doesn't mean that he is not responsible for ending this life. Ladies and gentlemen, the state's burden is reasonable doubt. You heard in the jury instructions that reasonable doubt means moral certainty. You have to be certain for every element of the offense. That's my job. Certainty means that you can sleep easy at night knowing the decision that you made. It's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not 100% certainty. It's not beyond all doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the standard. Once you've looked and reviewed all of the evidence, all of the photos, all of the videos and testimony that you've heard this week, it is the state's position that we have fulfilled our burden. We ask that you, the jury, make a choice. We ask that you make a choice to hold the defendant, Hernandez Govan, responsible for his actions. We ask that you find him guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
We can take a break, Your Honor, just so I can get set up.
How long? You can go back on your.
Start his document session.
Yes.
Jurors entering courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time this past week. You've been stuck in a hotel room with no TV, no internet, just to make sure that your mind doesn't get jaded with regards to anything you see on the press. We talked about first appearance. I also talked about the fragility of the criminal justice system, and I hope you can see why now. I don't know anything about the 16 of you, which 12 are going to be the actual jurors. Mr. Govan doesn't know. I don't know if you have kids, if you're rich, if you're poor, if you live in Orange Mountain, if you live in a nice part of Nashville, Memphis. You see that I'm from Atlanta. But all I have is trust in you because you said you are peers to Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan, stand up. Come sit at the table and let them see you. It's time you're not marginalized anymore. Sit there while I talk. The fragility of the system is solely based on you. I don't know in what world the prosecution is living in this case, because unless they were watching something in the multiverse where other witnesses were saying perfect things, I don't know why we're here. You all should be embarrassed as a community that your district attorney thinks this evidence is sufficient to take a man's life for first-degree murder. You should be embarrassed that this is the person you voted for that brings this type of case. Just embarrassed. Many of you said you had a problem with the criminal justice system because too many people go free or they get fined. What they don't tell you, what the government doesn't tell you, the press doesn't cover, is this is what happens when you don't have an advocate that knows what the hell they're doing, checks all the records, fights for you, and shows you that he didn't do it. That's just another black man that is of no value, Orange Mountain, that's poor, that has never voiced in his life. I'm fixing that. The team is fixing that. He is injured, he's poor, he deserves better than he's gotten in this case. Sergeant Browning, who's the biggest liar that I'm going to go through with you, says we can't kidnap people and bring them in for questioning. What did Angela Arnold tell you? They threatened to have me arrested, being involved in this case if I didn't talk to them. We went to the airport and we figured he was going to assert his rights, so okay. What about the second guy, Mr. Sears? His lawyer said he wasn't in town. When you talk about accessories and all this other stuff that the judge has told you about, how about the people that helped hide him? How about the people that helped give him new clothes? How about the people that gave him medical treatment, assuming they were even shot? Because you know what? I don't even know if he was shot, and I don't even know for a fact if that was the Mercedes used in the murder. Because why? There was no blood in the Mercedes.
Right.
Had there been any blood to back up what Cornelius was saying, they would have plastered it front and center to you. Their own lieutenant from crime scene that they did not call tells you no one wiped that car with bleach. Because luminol or the other star thing, whatever it was, would show that. And if somebody said,
He hitting key points.
Life's adventure, and the 2025.
Cornelius Smith. You wouldn't do it because he's a lying piece of so-and-so that will do anything. Lie to his pretend grandmother, his family, girlfriend, anybody. And I'm going to prove it to you. We're going to go through a few more slides. And Detective Browning may even be worse because that's just pure evil, trying to put people in prison based on shaded evidence. Dabney told you the truth, that we didn't do all this other stuff that we should have done. We didn't get around to it with his quote. He wasn't happy about it, but he told me the truth. The other guy couldn't answer a yes/no question. It was always dodge and deflect, which is what they're taught to do as part of their training when they go out and testify. These are the people that are policing your streets. You should be ashamed. The only crime that's being committed here today is in this courtroom. It's been committed for the last 3 days. This poor man will never get his life back because of what's happening. He's been threatened because they all think he's involved in the young Dolph murder, and everybody loves Dolph. Dolph has been threatened for years. He moved away from Memphis 5 years ago. He had 3 old bullets in his body from other times he'd been shot at by people.
And it wasn't
Being
going
in Charlotte, being in Los Angeles. Everybody knew there was a price on his head. There is no plan. There is no plan. I tell you why. Because if I made a plan and I go back to my house across the street with a murder car, are you freaking kidding me? And then they go ahead and call around to see where to go to get changed. We are across the street from the guy that planned the murder. We don't go to his house to change clothes, but we ride around town until somebody picks up the phone, as you see from the records, and we go to Tulane.
We drop the car off
while we're bleeding and doing everything else. Have you seen a single photo of Angel Arnold's car, the Mercedes, or anything that had a drop of blood in it? As if they said, Cornelius is a pathological liar.
He was shot.
He got shot on that day because you have to ask yourself. There is a bullet on his shoulder, told you. For a freaking month, he didn't get infected. He didn't have a problem. He just put some bandages on it and it was okay. Please, for the love of God, this is insane that I even have to talk to you about this. If this is what is sufficient evidence for first-degree murder, we're all in trouble because you're going to be next. Assault, all these charges they gave you. There's 15 different ways they're trying to convict this guy. I didn't assault anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't aggravated assault anybody. He didn't solicit anybody. He didn't facilitate anybody. He didn't act at whatever age anybody. It didn't happen. All the text messages, all the phones, everything that showed you. Have you seen one single message from Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith that says, hey, bro, let's go shoot somebody? I gave you tons of messages over their objection where Justin Johnson is talking to other people, talking about killing people. They weren't discreet about it. Where is a single message to Govan from any of these people over the course of 4 months that says, we're going to do this? Can you get your permission? We're going to give you $10,000 or $38,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $1.5 million. You think if they would have had it, they wouldn't have shown it to you? They know the truth is the text messages are only about music because he's friends with Justin. I'm sorry, Justin's not a nice guy. They all live in the same neighborhood. They've all known each other. Just because you have, quote, communication doesn't mean you're in a conspiracy to kill someone. Cornelius. Let's go with the slides. This will speak for itself, and I'll let you think about it because I've hammered the point about didn't prove it. I don't need you to say he didn't do it if you don't want to, but they absolutely, for God's sakes, didn't prove it. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so you see this, what the government says? Angel Arnold's phone? Absolutely. This is Star Defense Exhibit number 1. This C, bruh, assuming C is Cornelius. Send me bruh number so I can get my phone, right? He needs to get his phone. Next slide. Quez's number. Guess what he told you is the one honest thing he said. His brother's freaking name is Marquez Smith. They call him Quez. His brother is the one that got the phone at best. You know why? Because they had TBI Garner up here. They asked him to do location data analysis on the phone, right? You remember, guys remember all that? And they did it solely for Cornelius, and they did the questions phone. But yet they didn't show you any location analysis. All they have to do is say, it's in that general area, this is where the tower's being, because calls are being made. Where was this call from? Where was his brother Quest? They just BS you constantly, and here I am fighting for this man's life. He is your peer. You need to be here protecting him from this. This is the crime. Next. So I'll just go over a few things on Cornelius Smith. I think that was pretty obvious from his statement. Go ahead, Robert. I think all this is obvious. You got a sociopath on your hands that's out there on his daughter's birthday. He's intoxicated. He's not intoxicated. Just ask the prosecutor to tell you a straight answer, honestly. Do you even think the prosecution would take advice from Cornelius Smith on anything? But it's good enough for this poor man's life. My dad used to tell me, you know how somebody's honest? Would you loan him money? Raise your hands if you're going to loan Cornelius money. Because that's the crux of the whole case. And a bunch of BS cell phone records that don't tell you anything. Because they didn't do the location analysis. They can't give you a single text message that says we agree to do anything. And we know it was at least 4 months between the so-called meeting between multiple shootings that Cornelius did and when Justin went out. Next. And if you're not biblical, I'm sorry, but growing up that way, it's just used to be told the truth never changes. You don't need to remember it. You don't need to practice. Why were we meeting with prosecutors and lawyers now report? I don't want a deal. I'm just here out of the goodness of my heart. I'm going to get a mandatory life sentence. Insane. Next. We also showed you the letters from Cornelius that he sent to his sister saying, I've got that lawyer that you paid for. It's this guy's lawyer, and that guy cooperated against somebody else and walked from a murder. That's what you have in black and white in Cornelius' own handwriting. And that is what all of you said when I said, what would you do to avoid a life sentence? You guys said, probably anything. All right. We know this to be true. Next. And we know all this to be true. Next. And we all know this didn't happen. It just didn't happen. His story just didn't happen. And both he and Angela said it. Because, remember, he had talked to his family to go see Angela between the 14th of December, her first statement, in which she didn't know nothing about nothing, and the 17th of December, when she's decided. And note how they have to prompt her to ask, could it be somebody with the name Q? And note, they had to ask her, didn't you forget something? Tell you something they might have forgotten or something that he needed. They had to prompt her. This is 30 days after that. You don't have to remember the truth. This was the biggest day in somebody's life, you would think. I just killed Dolphin running around, and she can't remember who the guy was that picked up the stuff at pressure room. Oh, shocker. There's a few cameras at pressure room. They had the absurdity to tell you, well, do you know how long the camera might be working or how long it records? You know how to find that out? Maybe go there and ask them. Right. We've had Ring cameras and other things like that for a decade. It always goes to the cloud, and most likely it's going to be preserved for a year or so, which is what most businesses would do, especially in a dangerous part of town. And guess what? You have those crazy MPD cameras everywhere. If you drive home, you'll see, and it's got the little blue thing coming out of it. I've showed you some of those from right around the area. Nobody checked any of them. You don't have to take my word for any of it, because everything I'm going to tell you is going to be backed up by independent evidence. You don't have to trust me for anything. You don't know me. But I want independent proof before I get in bed with a murderer with a machine gun that shot a guy 20 times in broad daylight, and thank God he didn't kill anybody else that could be shot. And this is who they're in bed with. Next. All right. Sorry, I just have to calm myself down. The other things with the shenanigans, as they try to tell you, is when the officer accidentally said, I don't even know if it was Justin something, I think he said that, but he said, AKA Dolph, I'm sorry, not Dolph, Drop, in that. And Mr. Cornelius says, yeah, I met him to a miscellaneous in a moment of weakness. And you know, when I asked about it, you smiled. You have murdered somebody, and we're up here chuckling. The government's chuckling with him, and he's laughing at me, making smirky faces, and says, I saw you on TV. That's the behavior you want from a guy that took a machine gun and murdered people. In fact, his definition is, I didn't shoot that many people because sometimes we didn't get the shots off or the gun jammed. And you're going to make a deal, not a single text message anywhere, take my word for it. And oh, by the way, I think he's a federal snitch, but I don't know if I believe that or not because he's never snitched on me. All right, next. And then he also tells Uncle Ron, maybe we should have gone and talked to him, whoever Uncle Ron is, but I'm not a policeman, and I'm not trying to put anybody in prison. That there was a bug on him, that he's a snitch, and so you're going to have to plan a big old murder. Next slide. So we know he paid for his lawyer, and we know that was the team issue, and you know the absurdity of the prosecutor in their last statement. They're going to get to go up again and call me every kind of name in the book, which is fine. I can handle it. I will take those arrows for this man that I've grown to care about over the last year and a half because he didn't do it. They had the audacity to tell you we can't indict somebody that's dead. Shook died 2.5 years after all this happened. Jones was indicted in December of 2021, about a month after this happened. Cornelius was indicted in January of 2022, about a month and a half after this happened. There is no investigation done in 2023 or essentially 2024. It was done. They indicted and gotten who they wanted. So at some point, you got to ask yourself, what happened here? And I have no idea. It's not my burden to prove their screw-ups. If you believe Cornelius, he says Joe is the one that set it all up. His girlfriend says that. Then they backtrack and say, well, he was there and he set it up, he didn't go there. None of it happened. Keep going. And with Miss Arnold, I don't know how you take a murderer that's been domestic violence me, stolen from me, done this. I don't know what her issues are, I fault her or not. She's just doing what the man's telling her to do. They've had visits. They've talked about it, and her story is still iffy as far as that goes. And God bless her. I hope none of you would be with a essentially soon to be convicted murderer for 4 years after all this happened. Right, next. And the interesting thing there was, we keep talking about the car on Bradley. Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley, and Bobby Carter was involved in the shootings with Mr. Cornelius. And in fact, Angela said Bobby was involved in the double shooting as well. Next. All right, we already know this as far as the jail calls and the family coming to see her. Next. And we also know about the varying amounts of money this whole thing was worth. So now we get to the meat and potatoes of a few things I want you to consider. Remember, the two pillars to this case is you got to believe Cornelius Smith, and the judge has told you over and over again. You have to have that agreement. You got to believe it's out there, otherwise nothing. They've come up with 15 different methods from murder to second degree, 30. I don't care if it's 47th degree murder. None of this stuff happened. There's no assault. There's no solicitation. There's nothing. So let's talk about the detectives. Next slide, please. All right. So the Detective Browning, the all-powerful Detective Browning, told you that Govan last talked. Oh, I'm sorry, I got my slides next up. We know Dabney, who actually I respect and had a nice talk with. He said they didn't do it straight up. Didn't try to sugarcoat it. We just didn't do it. Didn't go to pressure roll to confirm anything this man was saying. Tells you straight up, we didn't go to AutoZone. Tells you straight up, there was no relevant evidence of AutoZone. So this mystical receipt that's all crumbling, you can't tell what it is. That's supposed to be some kind of evidence now. And they didn't get around to investigating Joe, who was on Team Cornelius or whatever you want to call it. At least he was honest enough to tell you that. Next. So these are the slides you saw yesterday with Detective Brown. This is where the evil of it all is in. You get these called detail records. And this slide cuts off at 11. at 11:16, at 3:01:17. Right? They stopped it right there. I've highlighted for you. That was the slide. You might wonder, maybe, what's the big deal about that? It's just some phone call to somebody, no biggie, right? Yeah, he's talking to Cornelius here, no problem. But guess what? If they would have given you the full story on the slides where they try and bias you, next slide. You see, on the same 11:16 at 5:37:15, this is Jook's number. And he spent a 6-minute phone call. It's not on the slide. I had to pull that off the call data record that you're gonna have a thumb drive. You will never find it or see it because there's thousands of pages of call information out there. But you see, this thing stops up there at 3 o'clock. They don't tell you this part. That Justin Johnson talked to Jook before the murder and also sent him a turkey emoji. If you are a law enforcement officer, your job is to investigate and the facts go where they may. You don't have a job to convict people. That is why I respect Dabney. He made a mistake, he owned it. Browning is a liar, pathological liar through and through. Next slide. So I take this where they told you that they last talked to Govan on November 5th. You remember an opening statement that told you Justin Johnson had not talked to Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the murder. No communication whatsoever. But they try to tell you that, oh yeah, on November 5th, he must have talked to Govan. And then Cornelius last talked to Govan on November 15th. Just remember those. It was very specific that they argued. So let's go to the next slide. So what you'll see is on November 5th of 2021, this is Govan's number. Hernandez Govan. He's getting a call from Justin Johnson. You see this? This is the communication they had on November 5th. How many seconds is that phone call?
6 seconds, I think.
Let me break it down to you. Zeros. It never went through. There was no phone call for at least 2 weeks. No text messages. Nothing. And this is the guy I'm supposed to be planning a murder with the most famous person in Memphis. Are you kidding me right now? All right, next slide.
He's never.
So there's an old movie that said the tail wagging the dog. You've got Cornelius telling him what they want to say as he tells you he likes to do. And everything they're trying to do is back up what Cornelius says. There is no explanation why they didn't go talk to Joe and bring him down for questioning. There's none. There's none. All right, next slide.
It's either they did. It's either they
Love
did or
slots?
they didn't.
DraftKings Web's got you coming to
look like us.
Human being tells that's violent, that's criminal. Browning told you he just came up with these slides just a day or two before all this happened, because this is 4 years after the fact. And I'm seeing the slides for the first time. And the slides are complete BS because they keep misleading you about stuff. And so if the incriminating text existed, they would have showed them to you. They cut off records in half so you can't see the rest of the story. Go to the next slide.
That's what we said. It's something.
We know he agreed with me that these text messages, there's thousands of them with Justin Johnson. It's about music because Justin was in videos and all that stuff, and Govan was there. He was a colleague, a friend, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't make you a murderer criminal. And we know he talked to Cornelius about pills. 14 communications is what they call it. What they don't tell you is how many of those 14 actually went through. What were the phone call codes? Remember, 11 is important because that goes to voicemail, or it could be two-way, or the call goes through properly. Is it a text message? I don't know. Last night I'm talking to my daughter just about her boyfriend. Between okay, yeah, no problem. I had 16 communications with my daughter in a span of like 3.5 minutes. It doesn't mean anything. You can't presume you know what the communications are about if, in fact, for the love of God, they even went through. I've already shown you one bald-faced lie about the government right there. There was no call on November 5th. Keep going. So we have the turkey emoji, we have the 6-minute phone call, and This secretive plan, PRE, as his bodyguard told you, this is social media. They do this every year. This is what they do. Remember, he's a man of the community. They put it out there. He knows they're doing turkey emojis every year. Most of you probably know about this. Next. All right, skip this. Let's go to the next one. And then we have this. It's not anything I could get voluntarily out of that man. We had to press and press and press to show that Justin Johnson already knew Joe. Didn't need our guy to do any of it. That is why you will never see a single text message of any incriminating nature. Because I can promise you, had it said anything, a comma out of place, they would have it plastered up here on the board saying, see, we got him, we got him. Next. All right, so Garner, he said, MPD asked me to do what? Location analysis on a couple of phones. Justin,
Why not Big Joe?
all you have to do is plug in a number in a computer. You could have done it. Hey, it's also email pressure level. Maybe more believable. Even if you choose not to go there, you can just ping it. You don't need the actual phone if you've gotten rid of it, because you can just order the CDRs from the phone company, as he told you. He did cell phone tower analysis for a very short amount of time, and then it just stops. It's kind of an investigation in mental sufficiency to put somebody in prison for life. And none of the other phones were done. Where was Chuck? Hell, where was anybody else in this case?
That's the judge, please. You always get me that.
All right, we've got this. So covered that. Go next. We covered the AutoZone thing, and I just respectfully ask, if the audacity to put a crumpled receipt in front of you that you can't read and just say, Judge Brown, I just know this now. It is not mentioned in any police report anywhere. As I asked him, he couldn't answer the question. But now suddenly it shows up in the phone. We know Dabney knew this was garbage because they talked about the auto part from earlier. You can't put a date, time, place on it. It's all what they call red herrings to mislead you. Think there's something nefarious out there and just use your imagination to convict. You would never let this happen if it was somebody you cared about when you saw this. Some of you might be supervisors. If this half-assed work is what they brought to your desk, you would fire that person immediately. And don't say you wouldn't, because you would, because it makes you look bad. This whole county is a freaking embarrassment with regards to this trial, and the whole world is watching, and this is what we've got.
We got the judge, see, man.
Next. And I'm having the murder car come to my house. And if I have the murder car come to my house, why don't people just come inside and change clothes there instead of riding around all over town, trying to find a place to go change? And again, I know you may think I'm crazy, but there's no blood in that car. Was this even the right Mercedes as far as that goes that they got? You remember Treon Ingram and another gentleman had stolen that Mercedes a while earlier. Treon Ingram didn't come and testify because Treon Ingram picked up another murder right after that. Where did the blood go? Cornelius told you point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts, and your girlfriend. I took bleach, I wiped it down. And lieutenant from CSI with 28 years of experience.
So there was no bleach.
Where's Angela's car? Remember, she said he was bleeding all over. Where's the evidence of any of that? Right. So all I do is cross my hands and beg you guys, he is your peer. There is no evidence here. You would never accept what's happened in this courtroom in your own personal lives to make any decision of any kind, and he deserves that same respect. There is nothing here. They're going to get to come back up again. Remember, we talked about first impressions. You need to use your minds, your eyes, your ears, and your noses, and call the Smith test BS on this whole thing that they're about to give you yet again. There's nothing here. There's no solicitation, there's no facilitation, there's no assault, there's no murder, there's not a text message, there's not a phone call worth a damn, and they aren't telling you the story. Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate Joe? Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate all the people that helped these folks escape? And if you want to talk about conspiracy, how did he conspire or solicit Justin Johnson? Have you heard anything
After the murder.
about that. Who's Jamarcus Johnson? You've heard a single word out there. They're all together in a conspiracy. All you have is Cornelius' word. He's the linchpin of this whole case, and none of us would trust him. And sure as hell we won't. And then we have phone records that made all the fairies and squeaky to get up there and talk about it. Sounds pretty good. He didn't do it, but you don't have to take my word for it. They didn't prove it. If this case gets a conviction, then I just need to stop being a lawyer because the system is shot to hell. Thank you.
That shit matter.
Are you kidding me right now? Spencer just called the whole city of Memphis stupid and dumb. Everybody from the DA to the police officers to the prosecutors, he called y'all dumb. Called everybody, all one of them dumb.
Wow. Why was she?
Are you kidding me right now? Not about the prosecutor. This case is not about Cornelius. This case is about Hernandez Govan. He is the person on trial, not the city of Memphis, not the DA, not the prosecutors, not you, Hernandez Govan. That's who we are here about today. That's what this proof has been about.
You got real mean.
Embarrassed. Who should be embarrassed? Hernandez Govan. He is the person that made the choice to get engaged in this conspiracy. He made that choice. We've talked about choices. There are a few things in life that we can control, and our choices are one of them. What choices did Hernandez Govan make? You've heard that over the last few days of the choices that he's made. His choices led us here today. All right, police, they say they didn't do a good job. Convenient.
He's locked up.
Story. Something, novel. Because they didn't arrest everybody. Everybody has to be arrested for them to do a good job. There was a twofold investigation. Sergeant Browning and Sergeant both told you that. It's very convenient that that part was left out of the defense's argument. There's a twofold investigation. Homicide and MGU, those were two different entities within the Memphis Police Department. There was an ongoing investigation. And as Ms. Williams mentioned in her closing statements, this is a conspiracy. It's ongoing. To let you know that they were still investigating. Look at the call records. Look at when those call records were received. Now, defense will have you believe that, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of call records.
They got.
Guess what? You'll have access to all of that, and they're on a flash drive. You can search. You can put in the numbers that were given to you. When things happen, what happened with those calls? They're there for you. There's no hiding. There's no putting them aside. They're there for you to look at. So I wanted to clear up that misstatement.
Release it.
The focus at the time of the incident, November 17, 2021, was on a homicide. It was not on who went to AutoZone, who went to Pressure World. The focus was on a homicide. A person was dead. The defense never mentioned that we are talking about a dead person. Dead. It's everybody's issue and fault but Hernandez Govan.
The police didn't kill Adolph Thornton. Cornelius and Justin killed Adolph Thornton.
Mm.
But who put them together? Hernandez Govan.
Mm.
Look at the PowerPoint presentation that Sergeant Browning provided. It has communications that contact law put in there for Jook and Justin on the same day, about July 27th, around that time. They looked like they exchanged numbers. And if they knew each other before then, they wouldn't have had to exchange numbers. They would have already had each other's numbers. Look at that. Look at the call detail records of Cornelius Smith. You'll see about the first time he had contact in his phone anyway with Hernandez Govan was about July 25th, 2021.
Same time.
Around the time. All you have to do is plug the numbers in. It's not rocket science, as he'd have you believe. Hernandez Govan put these individuals together. In Govan's investigation, Govan's role in this conspiracy, as far as MPD was investigating, really didn't start until Angela Arnold gave a statement.
Mm.
Now, if we are to believe anything Angela Arnold says, then we are to believe call records, which Sergeant Garner said they don't lie. They're the records. They are what they are. So we can't believe it. We're not supposed to believe Angela. We're not supposed to believe anything that's happened. The records are what the records are. But they bring in Sergeant Coburn or Lieutenant Coburn. Officers are bad. They don't do a good job. But he wants you to, well, this officer did a great job. Just this one that we bring in. He did a great job. Cornelius will tell you, he didn't just get a whole thing of Clorox and pour it all over the car and wipe it down. He said he sprayed some substance on a towel and wiped. He was still hurt. It was in the dark. He was in a rush. He was scared probably that Govan was going to come out and shoot him or do something because he was across the street from his house.
The cameras.
But you want us to, defense wants you to believe that all the officers are bad, they did everything wrong. Except that part. The investigation was ongoing. Look at the call records. Look at when they were done. And you can still investigate because you want someone arrested tomorrow. It doesn't mean the evidence is all there. At this point, Jook is dead. Bobby Carter's dead. Joshua Taylor's dead. We can't arrest them. We're not digging them up from the ground. They are dead. That point is dead. Browning just analyzed the numbers that were there. Garner said the records are what they are. They come from the phone company or from the phone. All Browning did was analyze it. Say, hey, these many calls came from this individual, this many contacts. That's all Browning was brought here to testify about. But because those records show Hernandez Govan communicating with the conspirators throughout the summer, throughout the fall, from July until November, well past November 17th, at least November 20th of 2021. Oh, Browning's a liar too. And when all he did was analyze the records. The records were made by Mr. Govan. Defense also brought up that basically Justin Johnson had access to Juke on his own, basically. But we know that Govan made that connection. July 27, 2021. We know that. We see that in the call records. We see it. Govan already had information. Govan already had information. This was by July 27, 2021. Govan had Cornelius' information. Govan texts Justin address the Juke Smoke Shop, and the contact was created between the two while they were there. But guess who did not have contact with Juke? Cornelius. He was a part of this conspiracy as well. And he got up here and he testified, and he told you that he really didn't have much contact with Juke. Guess who he was communicating with? Hernandez Govan. That's who he was communicating with. And let's look at the definition of Justin Johnson had other conspiracies going on, and this was something separate. Hernandez Govan was still egging on Cornelius. He promised to get Cornelius paid. Cornelius didn't have direct access to Juke. He told you he would still get his money. December 2nd, 2021, he sent a message from Angela Arnold's phone via Instagram message. He said he couldn't just straight out put that, hey man, I want my money. I did what I was supposed to do. He said he sent him a message trying to get his attention. A week later, he's arrested. Hernandez Govan, the link between all of them. Hernandez knew Juke. Even if the order, if it did, that's still being investigated. But if the entire hit came from Juke, it was communicated to Govan, who then put it out to Justin and Cornelius. Hernandez Govan did that. The defense also makes the assertion that for 2 weeks, Hernandez Govan didn't have any kind of contact with any of the people who did the killing. He didn't have contact with Cornelius. He didn't have contact with Justin. The phone records will tell you that that is not true. It's simply not true. The phone records are there. There was contact. There was contact the day before. There was contact the day before that. There was contact days before that. And even if they didn't talk on the phone, what is stopping them from walking to his house? Communication is there. Doing everything to take away from the fact that this trial was about Hernandez Govan. And there's nothing that says, okay, if we don't talk within 2 weeks, that this out the window. Nothing in the jury instructions that the judge gave you or read to you said, all right, this conspiracy ends if we don't talk in a week. This is not girlfriend and boyfriend stuff. This conspiracy was ongoing. Hernandez Govan is just trying to pull himself away at this point. But this, Justin and Cornelius, they were put together by Govan. It's been reiterated several times. All right, even if you believe what the defense says, say Justin was conspiring with others. Okay, two things could be true at the same time. But what we do know that shortly before the turkey drive, Cornelius said that Hernandez Govan called him and Justin together and was like, "Hey, y'all know this turkey drive getting ready to come up. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to make this money? Y'all ready to do this?" Cornelius told us that. The call records, they show that there was some communication shortly before the turkey drive, the week before Thanksgiving. And Govan just reminded them, this is your mission. This is what you're supposed to do. If you want this bread, you need to make it happen. You need to make sure that you take care of that family that's been out there. You need to make sure this is what you do. So Justin chose, even if there were other conspiracies, just if there were other conspiracies on the side. On November 16th, 2021, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius. He chose Cornelius. The same Cornelius that he was introduced to through Hernandez Govan. That same day, Justin Johnson sent Juke a turkey text. It's the same text that defense has entered into evidence. He sent that on November 16th. The defense just showed you there was some communication with Juke on November 16th. On November 17th, again, the day of the murder, the day that Dolph was killed. Even if there were, again, other conspiracies, Justin Johnson chose Cornelius Smith to go on a hunt with him. He chose to go on a hunt with him. He chose him the day before. He chose him on the day of. And Cornelius Smith said the only way he knew who Justin Johnson was because of Hernandez Govan. He told you that several times.
He did say that, though. That's the only thing.
Then we talk about Cornelius. Let's talk about his testimony. Cornelius was the state's witness. Prosecutors are probably not going to be hard in screaming at their own witnesses. The point is to get the witness to talk so that you, the jury, can understand what's going on. They're a witness. Cornelius, at this point, has already testified in a previous trial. He has no reason to come in here and lie to you about what he did. He said and told you, as you watched the video of the murder of Adolph Thornton, he told you, that's me with the big gun to kill him. Now, if any part of that is, if he's to lie about, why lie about him killing? That's where you lied. He didn't lie about that. He told you. I mean, I did. But I wouldn't have known Justin Johnson except for Hernandez Govan. And he put us together to get this done. He told you, the defense attorney, at least several times, that he was under the influence. You saw the video. Cornelius Smith was up there. He was high. Even the questions that were asked of him were confusing. And he told you, said, I don't remember. I had taken some pills, and we learned he'd been taking pills. So why at that point say anything different? Even Angela Arnold said he took some pills that day. Yeah, he may have been fine, but he told you, I've been doing this for a long time. It may not affect me the same way that it affects someone who doesn't take pills. But in addition to the pills he was taking, he took some Tylenol PM. Defense tried to make it seem like it was just, a headache medicine. But he was getting that itch. He saw the end of the road coming for him. He knew the marshals were behind him. He knew that. He's taking them pills. So they tried to get a statement out of him that day. He's all over the place. He's confused. Doesn't really say much to him. But he gives a statement eventually. And he tells you on the stand what happened. How Mr. Hernandez Govan set all of this in motion. And defense, paints him as a liar. Cornelius said his game to women. Well, Angela, she's still with him. Some kind of game. Letitia Jackson, his kid's mother, he had enough game where she took his phone. He handed over his phone to her the day he got arrested. And Miss Ferguson, the neighbor, she said, he's a sweet thing. As sweet as he won't be. Just he helped her out. He didn't have a bad thing to say about it. Said he didn't give her $500, or someone didn't give him $500 for Cornelius. How do we know Miss Ferguson is the neighbor that happened to? Live on the street, there's several neighbors. But he brings sweet little Miss Ferguson. We had nothing bad to say about Cornelius. Cornelius, this testimony was backed up by Angela, by the evidence and phone records, by the murder. All that is backed up. Okay, you have looks like an AutoZone receipt in a picture crumbled up. You have access to the picture of their receipt. It was a picture that was in the phone that Cornelius took. It was in Browning's presentation. Look at the receipt. Blow it up. Stretch it out. You'll see that was taken, it looks like AutoZone, and it was a receipt from November 20th, 2021. In the end, all of this points back to Hernandez Govan. He got the ball rolling. He kept the ball rolling. He kicked the ball in the end. He introduced Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson for the purpose of taking out members of PRE. One member of PRE being Adolph Thornton. That's where the conspiracy started. Again, all fingers point back to Hernandez Govan. Justin Hernandez Govan. Cornelius Hernandez Govan. Juke, as the defense keeps wanting to throw out, Hernandez Govan. And why go to Hernandez Govan house after they commit the murder? Because that was comfortable for them. No one ever said these were the smartest killers. They didn't plan on getting shot. That wasn't part of the conspiracy. When we get shot, we're going to go here. But they'd already had the getaway car at Hernandez Govan house. So they originally met at Hernandez Govan house back in July. If they would ever meet up during the time of the conspiracy, from June of 2021 until March of whenever they were arrested, they would meet at Hernandez Govan's house. Want to go shoot a video? Go to Hernandez Govan's house. They're all in the video. Park your getaway vehicle. Go to Hernandez Govan's house. Park your murder vehicle. Hernandez Govan, that's the person. Now, why did they not go in? Maybe he wasn't there right then. Maybe he was like, someone went down, I'm getting out. Who knows? But we know what happened. We know where the murder vehicle was parked there. We know that the getaway truck that they used to get somewhere else was parked in front of Govan's house. We know that. Even Cornelius Smith told you, Cornelius Smith told you that Justin wanted him to meet him on the day of the murder. He wanted him to meet at Govan's house. Cornelius said he couldn't get over there. So Justin came and picked him up. Again, all of this going back to Hernandez Govan, as much as the defense tried to deflect and get you to choose different deflections, it all points back to Hernandez Govan. Hernandez Govan had choices. He chose to bring Cornelius and Justin together. He chose to encourage them to have a hunt, to go on a hunt. PRE members, but the biggest bounty was Dolph. He knew that Cornelius had a drug habit and that he needed money. And he played upon that. He preyed upon that. And he put him together with someone who was just as hungry for him. Justin Cornelius were put together by Hernandez Govan. He chose to ask each of them for a cut of the proceeds. He chose conspiracy. Hernandez Govan chose murder. Hernandez conspiracy for a cut of the proceeds. He chose conspiracy. Hernandez Govan chose murder. Adolph Horton will never get to experience many of the things we take for granted in getting old. He will never get to experience gray hair. He will never get to experience wrinkled skin, crackling knees. He didn't get to choose to grow old. That was taken from him and put in motion by Hernandez Govan. You, the jury, you have a choice. The choice is now yours. You have a choice in whether you hold Hernandez Govan accountable for his role in this murder, for his role in this conspiracy. And I ask that you choose to find Hernandez Govan guilty of murder in the first degree and guilty of conspiracy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm picking up on page 27. Deliberation, order of consideration. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense,
What y'all got?
You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Verdict. Count 1. The charged offense in the first count of the indictment is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are facilitation with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder. Count 2. The charged offense in the second count of the indictment is first-degree murder. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration from greatest to least are second-degree murder, facilitation to wit, first-degree murder, facilitation to wit, second-degree murder, solicitation to wit, first-degree murder, solicitation to wit, second-degree murder, aggravated assault, facilitation to wit, aggravated assault, accessory after the fact to wit, first-degree murder, assault. Count 1. When you retire to consider your verdicts, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of proceed to commit first-degree murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant guilty of facilitation to wit, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from great least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of, placing that offense in that blank, embraced and included in count 1 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 1 of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be: we, the jury, found the defendant not guilty as to count 1. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Count 2. You will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder charged in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder as charged and included in count 2 of the indictment. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this offense, your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, included and embraced in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense, you will next inquire whether the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order of consideration from greatest to least. If you find the defendant is guilty of a lesser included offense, your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of placing that offense in that blank, embraced and included in count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict foreperson. If upon all the proof you have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in count 2 of the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 2 of the indictment. Check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over the deliberations. When you have reached a verdict on a particular count, the foreperson will check the corresponding box on the verdict form and sign his or her name to the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and return to the court with verdicts that truth dictate and justice demand. Now, there is a couple things you need to know. Pages 33, 34, and 35 are your verdict forms. So I kept referring to check the corresponding box. These are the corresponding boxes. You got count 1 and 2 pages for count 2. Okay. I also have here the official copy of the jury charge. There are a couple of minor changes that I've made, like I caught one misspelled word, a couple misspelled words. And I've made those changes on here, nothing that's going to change it substantively. But the official copy is going to go back to the back end. Please do not write on it. Feel free to write on your own copy. Just use this as the official copy if there's any discrepancy on what you may have with you. Okay, so this is the official copy. So is everybody in a good position to deliberate? No issues with the court with no doubt. All right, we shall choose 4 alternates. Once again, all of the exhibits are going back to the back. We were provided a computer, a blank computer that you can use to look at any of those zip drives if you'd like. Miss Stacy, do you have anything back in the back you need to collect? You'll just stay right where you are, please. Miss Wilkes, ma'am, do you have anything back in the back? Mr. Cobb, do you have anything back in the back?
Just a bullet.
You want to go ahead again? Mr. Ayers, do you have anything back in the back? All right. You want to go collect? If you have any questions, please write them down, turn on the light. Officer Parks will come collect your question. George, you are excused to deliberate. Alternate stay. All right, you can stand in recess.
What's on a precursor?
I always just show lawyers this. I had a
no
bad
idea who that
experience one time, so I always show lawyers what the numbers are, make sure we are clear with the numbers.